Mr. Mayor, we're live.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'd like to welcome everyone in chamber and viewing from home this afternoon's council meeting. We'd like to start with a moment of reflection. Thank you. The Township of Oro-Medonte acknowledges that we are situated on the traditional land of the Anishinaabe people and ancestral territory of the Huron-Wendat. The Anishinaabe include the Odawa, the Ojibwe, and the Potawatomi nations, collectively known as the Three Fires Confederacy. It continues today as home for diverse Indigenous people, including the historic Métis community of Penetangwisheen. The Anishinaabe people continue to have an enduring relationship with the land, specifically the Chippewas of Rama First Nations, the Chippewa Council, and the Williams Treaties First Nations. The Huron-Wendat Nation also continues to pay respect and protect their ancestors and heritage on this land. We honor the Indigenous history and culture that has thrived for millennia in this territory and the treaties that bind us together as partners in the spirit of a shared, sustainable, and prosperous future. We are all treaty people. Our commitment begins with acknowledging the truth so that we can move forward together towards reconciliation. At this point, I'd like to recognize that today is International Women's Day, a global day celebrating the social, economic, cultural, and political achievements of all women, not just within our township, but throughout the world. Madam Clerk, may we have a motion to adopt the agenda, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Moved by Young, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that the agenda for the council meeting of Wednesday, March 8th, 2023 be received and adopted.
All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Madam Clerk, may we have a motion to go past 4 hours if necessary?
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Hutchison. Be it resolved that Rule 14.19A, as per the Consolidated Procedural Bylaw number 2017-165, be suspended in order to allow the meeting to proceed past the 4-hour adjournment if required.
All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest that anyone would like to disclose at this time? Seeing none, can we now have a motion to go into closed session, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Shell, second by Lavoie. Be it resolved that we do now go into closed session at 1:08 p.m. to discuss solicitor-client privilege, West Half Lot 11, Concession 8, and Application 2013 Sub 01 Eagles Rest Estates.
All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much, and we'll see you all in closed.
Mr. Mayor, we're live.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. May we have a motion to rise from closed session, please?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Young. Be it resolved that we do now rise at 3:09 p.m. and report on the closed session items 4C and D. Robin Dunn, CAO, Solicitor Client Privilege, West Half, Lot 11, Concession 8. Robin Dunn, CAO, Solicitor Client Privilege, Application 2013 Sub 01, Eagles Rest Estates.
All in favor? Carried. So, Madam Clerk, you read all the sub-motions, or you just...
No, Mr. Mayor, that was
to
just
rise.
the
Okay. No,
motion to rise.
Okay, thank you. May we have a motion for 4C emanating from closed session, please?
Moved by Clark, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that the confidential memorandum correspondence dated March 3rd, 2023 from Robin Dunn, CAO, and the confidential correspondence dated March 3rd, 2023 from Laura Dean, Aird and Bearless LLP, Solicitor Client Privilege, West Half, Lot 11, Concession 8 be received, and that applicable members of council and staff proceed as directed.
All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And may we have a motion for item 4D, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Hutchison, second by Shell. Be it resolved that the confidential correspondence dated March 3rd, 2023, including a summary page from Ed Velboom, Russell Christie LLP, be received. That confidential report DS 2023-019, Derek Whitlib, Acting Director, Development Services, and Michelle Jacoby, Director of Environmental Services, Solicitor Client Privilege, Application 2013 Sub 01 Eagles Rest Estate be received and adopted. That staff proceed with option 1 as outlined in DS 2023-019 with respect to conditions 13 and 17 of the subdivision draft plan approval, and that the applicant be advised of the council's decision under the Acting Director of Development Services signature.
All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Madam Clerk, may we have a motion for item 5A, minutes of the previous council meeting?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that the draft minutes of the council meeting held on Wednesday, February 22nd, 2023 be received and adopted as printed and circulated.
Are there any amendments to the draft minutes? Seeing none, I'll call a vote. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. There are no recognitions of achievement posted for this meeting. Public meetings, we have a number of presentations at today's meeting. Some of the presentations are in person in chamber, and the other presentations are via Zoom. Staff will manage the presentations for each outside agency and partner. The first presentation is from Inspector Yateman of the OPP regarding the Q4 statistics update, and then Sergeant Router and Sergeant Withrow of the OPP with respect to the overview of service delivery. Please come to the podium when you are ready to present, please. Inspector Yateman, it's good to see you again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Great to see you and your council.
Thank you.
Thank you for the time you allotted to us today. I hope it's informative when my colleagues get up here and present. With respect to the fourth quarter statistics, there were 2 sexual assaults. One was cleared by charge. One is still open and under investigation. There were 8 assaults during this period of time. 3 were cleared by charge. 2 were insufficient evidence to proceed. 2 where the victim declined to proceed, and 1 that was cleared other, being departmental discretion. There was 1 out of the 8 assaults. 1 of them was a stranger assault. There were 50 domestic related occurrences during the fourth quarter, 11 of which were criminal investigations where charges were laid, and then the remainder 39 were non-criminal investigations. There were 19 other crimes against persons that are mainly harassments and threats. 5 were cleared by charge, 2 were cleared other, where the victim or complainant requested no further action. 9 had insufficient evidence to proceed, 1 where the victim declined to proceed, and 2 that are still open and under investigation. There was 1 arson during this quarter, and it was insufficient evidence to proceed. There was one break and enter. Again, its current status is insufficient evidence to proceed, and it was a residential break and enter. There were 10 theft overs, being theft of automobiles, transport trucks, boats, jewelry, boat trailers. One was cleared by charge, 5 were insufficient evidence to proceed, and 4 are still open and under investigation. There were 16 theft unders. 2 were from motor vehicles, 3 were gasoline drive-offs, and 11 were other items that were under 5,000. 14 are current status, insufficient evidence to proceed, 1 still open and under investigation, and 1 is cleared by charge. There were 21 fraud occurrences, mainly online, investment scams, extortion scams, internet scams. 14 are current status of insufficient evidence to proceed, and 7 are still open and under investigation. There were 5 mischiefs during this quarter as well. There was 1 cleared by charge, 3 where there was insufficient evidence to proceed, and 1 was cleared by a diversionary program, which involved a youth. We issued 185 provincial offense notices during this quarter. There were 5 impaired driving occurrences in the township of Oro during that quarter, and another 6 that occurred on the provincial highways that run through Oro-Medonte. Happy to report there were 0 fatal motor vehicle collisions in Oro-Medonte during that quarter. We conducted 3 focus patrols, which resulted in 136 hours of focus patrols, that 51 provincial offense notices with 16 warnings, and 6 criminal code charges during that time. Jarrett in the 60 zone was 1 such focus patrol. Highway 11 at Gasoline Alley was another, and Highway 11 at the split of line 15 was the other. We did do 6 hours of foot patrol and 45 ride checks during that time. And that concludes my report, pending any questions.
Thank you very much, Council. Do you have any questions regarding Mr. Yateman's report? Councillor Young.
Good, yourself?
Good. I just got a couple of questions on the stats there. I'm just going to cite the pages. I don't know what section you have in front of
Okay.
you there, but page 8. My glasses up. The noise complaint. It jumped from 2018 to 2021 from 5 to 83, which is a substantial increase, obviously. What accounts for that?
Sorry, and I'm not sure which document you're looking at there. Can I approach just to take a look?
This is the, I just cited the pages. You have the report there?
Okay, so that's the annual billing statement.
You okay, Mike? You okay?
Yes, if you could, please.
At the bottom there, the noise complaints, in 2018 there were 5, and in 2021 there were 83, a substantial increase. What accounts for that?
That's a great question. I'm looking at that, see 5 to 21 to 79 to 83. So the numbers appear to grow from time to time. But I see at the same aspect, the noise complaints, that's the master code. The noise complaint for the residents was at 49 and is now at 2. So I think it was a niche, like our reporting system in terms of how we structure, because each of these lines is a different code on our reports. So I can see officers using the master code primarily now, whereas before it looked like they were dividing it up between others, residents. So if you had 20 at other, 49 at resident in 2018, and then move over to 2021 where you have 7 and 2, I think that accounts for some of it.
Yeah, I was going to ask you what the master code meant, but
Yeah.
the other thing is page 9, the middle, it talks about sudden deaths there, and we've all heard about the number of overdoses in different areas here, and I see in 21 there was only 2. And prior to that, from 2018, 2019, 2020, there were none. I assume it's gone up substantially, or at least in last year. Has it additional or more overdoses?
I can say across the board, sudden deaths, overdoses have increased. Sometimes it takes quite some time for us to get results from the Center of Forensic Sciences.
Okay.
And we're not perfect. Sometimes maybe those results aren't updated fully on here. So it may come across as looks like a natural causes, but several months later we get a result back that says there was an overdose.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to ask you a bit about mental health and what you guys are doing with it now. And I had the benefit, opportunity at the Aurelia District Chamber of Commerce there to listen to Inspector or Officer Stoneman's lecture, and it was really informative. And again, I've got to commend you on the policy that the OPP have taken in terms of trying to divert those with mental disorders away from the ERs and with your social workers. And can you just briefly comment on that? Because I intend to invite Inspector Stoneman to hear before us and to understand what's going on in Oro-Medonte too, as well as we have those with mental disorders in our area. Yeah.
So part of our community mobilization unit at Aurelia Detachment has what's called an MCERT program and a COAST program. We're one of the only detachments that has both in the OPP. A lot of detachments only have one or the other, and our MCERT program is the Mental Health Crisis Response Team. We have 7-day-a-week coverage where we have a community mental health worker from CMHA that rides with an OPP officer from our community mobilization unit. And if there's a mental health call, doesn't matter where it is in our jurisdiction, that officer and that mental health worker will go to the call for service. They primarily work between 7 and about 10 p.m. Through our analytics shows that that's the primary time for the most amount of calls for service. We would love to have it 24/7, but we rely on our partners at Community Mental Health to staff that. So we have 2 workers with 2 officers fully dedicated going to mental health calls. We have a COAST program, which the COAST is for the pre and post incidents. So again, a community mental health worker works in our detachment. We provide them a desk, we provide them a phone line, computer, and they do the follow-up. So after a mental health call, the officer and the worker will set them up with resources, potentially not even take them to the hospital or take them any other location, not call EMS, all the things that we used to do in the past. But then we still follow up with them after. And that's done through, again, the mental health program. It's a health aspect and not necessarily a policing aspect, but right now we are the stopgap for that. So we work hand in hand, and Sergeant Stoner would be happy to come out and do a presentation.
Yeah. Great. Thank you.
Is that all, Councillor Young?
Yeah, I just want to commend him again. That's like I said, it's a policy that's not in every place, and even I don't think municipal forces are trying to do that sort of thing as well. But as the inspector said, there was a time that when you arrest somebody in the Mental Health Act, they'd all go to ER. But what they're doing as well is alleviating the ERs for other emergencies. Thank you again for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Schell?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor. Your foot patrol.
Yes.
We got a pretty big township. Could you tell me where that is? Where you hold it? Are you rotated around?
Yeah, so we don't direct our officers into any one particular place or another. But when you look at kind of buildup of like Shanty Bay and a few other year communities, officers are encouraged to get out and do foot patrol. Of course, sometimes it's only a couple houses down here and there. You know, in a larger municipal areas, we can do it in a downtown core, so to speak. But the officers are encouraged to do a foot patrol, get out. And that's really where we get a lot of our positive interactions. If you think of it as police officers, we're being dispatched to calls where somebody is not happy with us. Whether it's the person we are dealing with and potentially taking away from that subject, or whether we're not taking somebody away or something, or they're not happy because we haven't investigated and found their item that was stolen or something. So the Foot Patrol really gives us the opportunity to have those positive interactions and have face-to-face conversations. So we encourage them, but we don't necessarily direct them unless there is a problem in a certain community, whether it's break and enter, thefts, and that sort of aspect.
Great. Thank you for sharing that with us.
Thank you. Just one comment I want to give council. I've had some residents reach out to me about us not speaking directly into the mic. So position the mic so you're speaking directly into it, so that, and it's not you, Mr. Yates or Inspector Yateman. It was council from a previous meeting. So just to make sure that people can hear us that are watching via live stream. Any other questions? Seeing none, I just have one thing, if you could maybe, if you don't mind, Inspector Yateman, could you kind of define the bucket that captures, I guess if I put my glasses on, realize how old I am. Other crimes against a person, what does that all encompass?
So other crimes against a person are typically harassments, threats that encompasses. When I look at our list, a number of harassments in here as well, it's about 50-50. Sometimes they're domestic related, sometimes they're neighbor related, sometimes it's stranger related. And then the threats are the exact same aspects. So that's what encompasses the other crimes.
I guess, thank you, I appreciate it. So, but where would it cross the threshold to enter into assault versus like, you know, a verbal argument? Yeah,
so it's that physical aspect. So threats, you know, again, following the Criminal Code of Canada, there has to be a certain threshold for somebody to get into the threats category.
Okay.
A lot of things can be said and it doesn't meet a criminal code definition of a threat. But once you hit that criminal code definition, you're at threat. Whereas if you do a gesture or physical, then it could be the assault aspect.
Okay. No, much appreciated. And Deputy Mayor Lavoie, you had a question?
Yes, thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for your report, Inspector Yateman. I was wondering whether in the future there would be possibility of segregating some of our statistics into the event grounds that we have, or whether or not those events or those incidents that get reported come into our statistics, and I think that they do. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yeah. Anything that happens inside the township comes through these statistics and is billed as well. So we could pull an analysis report separately for those grounds and be able to say, here's the calls for service we had in that. But these reports here are prepared by Municipal Policing Bureau, and we can't really adjust these ones, but I could do a separate report. What I would suggest is maybe a month or so after an event, we would do the report, because sometimes things take a little bit to get categorized properly. And we could do the report and identify it at that time. So.
Okay, thank you very much. And just as a supplemental, the other area that might be of concern, because it came through from statistical analysis done up in the town of Blue Mountains, but about an OPP call was more than 10 times more likely at a short-term rental than at a regular residence. And I'm wondering whether or not that could be a benefit, or if it's possible, just put it that way, it's up to us to decide, I guess, whether that information could be collected.
We can do analysis on a lot of aspects. With aspect of short-term rentals, is we might not necessarily know whether it's a short-term rental. So if you gave us a list of properties, we could say, here's the calls for service that were at those properties, the number of them.
Right.
We could compare it to different other aspects, but for us, sometimes our officers don't even know it's a short-term rental when they're going to the call. So.
Well, they don't advertise their addresses in this township, so that's probably why. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
No problem.
Any further questions for Inspector Yateman? Seeing none, Mr. Yateman, thank you very much for your quarterly update. It's great value to us, and I appreciate everything you've done and the great work you and the OPP do in our municipality.
Thank you for your continued support, Mayor.
Thank you. And I guess we'll shift now to Sergeant Roeder and Sergeant Withrow, and I apologize because you'd have to tell me which one you are. I don't read minds very well.
Oh, that's okay. Good afternoon, Mayor Greenlaw and members of council. It's a pleasure to be here today. I'm Sergeant Lisa Rotar with the Municipal Policing Bureau, and my colleague also joining me is Sergeant Kelly Withrow, as well as your local detachment commander, Inspector Yateman. I'm here today to give you a brief overview of the OPP Municipal Policing, which is broken down into 2 presentations. So if you have any questions about the information, feel free to ask. I'll also take questions at the end. Okay, next. Great. So this is an overview of what I'll speak about today for the first presentation. OPP service delivery, the OPP billing model, Section 10 agreements versus Section 5.1 policing arrangements, and the Community Safety and Policing Act. Again, if you have any questions, feel free to ask, and I'll have the opportunity at the end as well. Next. So when we talk about OPP municipal policing, it's important to understand how the OPP provides service to the province of Ontario, who serve over 14 million people, spanning across 1.1 million square kilometers of land and waterways, and 330 municipalities on a cost recovery basis. Detachments operate on an integrated service delivery model, which allows for flexibility, blending and sharing of resources to provide policing services to contract and non-contract municipalities, in addition to meeting provincial policing responsibilities. Officers will often work in multiple locations and municipalities during a shift, which allows for coordinating policing strategies and allows communities to engage with and partner with various agencies outside of the municipal boundaries. Again, with implementation of GPS technology, our dispatchers know the location of all logged on units, which ensures a more efficient response by utilizing officers that are geographically closer to a high priority call for service. The OPP tracks services provided using the Daily Activity Reporting or DAR system, which ensures, again, municipalities don't pay for provincial resources or obligations. And as before, Inspector Yateman had mentioned, the Mobile Crisis Response Team is another example of that partnership using various agencies. Next slide. So this slide provides a breakdown of cost allocation for all the services the OPP provide, both at the municipal and provincial level. These figures are based on the estimated OPP costs for 2020-2021. We haven't received our updated amount yet, unfortunately, but I will speak to our 2023 estimated costs as well. So looking at provincial specialized responsibilities section, 64% make up our mandated provincial responsibilities, which includes areas such as traffic safety, investigations, intelligence, and specialized response teams. Under the municipal policing resources section, 34% accounts for the costs associated to municipal policing that are recovered from municipalities. These costs include our frontline detachment staff and support positions that are required to meet service demands. This means the OPP needs to recover $412 million to provide back to the provincial government. The 2023 estimated amount is $417 million. Next. Sorry, next. Oh, okay. Thank you. So how do we recover $417 million? We do it through our OPP billing model. This diagram depicts the development of our model with its deep roots in engagement sessions and consultations with the ministries, agencies, associations, and our municipalities. To the left of the slide, each line represents a municipality and how much they were paying in 2014 prior to the model, dollars being the scale from top to bottom. You can see how the gap or disparity has been addressed through the implementation of the model. To address transparency, reports and annual billing statements are customized to show each municipality's specific information as related to their calls for service and billing. Annually, we hold webinars when statements are distributed. We will do presentations and provide explanation at the requested municipalities, just as we are here today. Billing information is posted on www.opp.ca for public access. Next. This is the 2023 estimated cost recovery under the OPP billing model, which is an increase from the 2021 amount being $412 million. This diagram shows the breakdown for how $417 million will be recovered from municipalities. The cost recovery is broken down into three categories: base services, calls for service, and other costs. Base services costs are allocated on a per property basis, being $165.66 for a total cost recovery of $199 million. Currently, the OPP police 330 municipalities and 1,202,724 properties. Property counts are updated annually based on the Municipal Property Assessment Corporation, or MPAC data, and include household, commercial, and industrial properties. The calculation for base service cost is again $165.66 per property multiplied by 1,202,724 properties, which takes us to the $199 million. Calls for service and other costs are both based on individual municipalities' usage level. The 2023 calls for service total cost recovery based on all the municipalities the OPP provide policing services to is $178 million. Other costs for 2023 are estimated at $40 million, and each municipality is billed again based on contract arrangements and usage. For example, overtime, court security, prisoner transportation, accommodation cleaning, and enhancements as applicable. Your annual billing statement is detailed to show how the base services and calls for services estimates are calculated on page 3. Again, I encourage you to familiarize yourself with this information and resources on our website, which I'll provide at the end of this presentation. Next. So this is another look, again, at municipal cost recovery under the billing model, and it shows that base services are allocated among all municipalities on an equal per property basis. This base service cost includes your proactive policing, things such as crime prevention, your ride spot checks, traffic safety, community policing, officer training, administrative duties, and all inspector and staff sergeant positions. The calls for services are allocated costs to the municipality based on their individual usage. Calls for service represent costs related to reactive policing services. So when a person actually picks up the phone to report something and the police attend to investigate a break and enter, mischief, assault, missing person, or provide assistance well-being checks for whatever the case may be. Municipalities are billed for the actual number and types of call for service they receive. Finally, there are additional costs, which include your overtime, court security, prisoner transportation, accommodation and cleaning, and your enhancements. So overtime is a straightforward calculation. If it's incurred, you will pay for it. Court security is only charged to municipalities that have a courthouse in their municipality. Prisoner transportation is charged on a per property basis for being $1.17. The reason is that every municipality needs prisoner transportation, whether it's to transport to court, jail, or whatever the case may be. Accommodation and cleaning is only charged to municipalities that require an OPP building and for the OPP to clean it, which is $4.87 per property. Lastly, there are the enhancements, where again the municipality would pay 100% for the additional officer or civilian position. Next. So I've given a brief review of the 2023 costs of policing. I want to touch on the differences between the Section 10 and Section 5.1 arrangements. Currently, Oro-Medonte Township is policed under a Section 5.1 non-contract arrangement with the OPP. As you know, Aurelia Detachment operates under an integrated service delivery model and provides policing services to your surrounding municipalities to provide adequate and effective policing commitments under the Police Services Act. Police service delivery and cost recovery remains the same regardless of whether your municipality is under a Section 10 agreement or under a Section 5.1 non-contract arrangement. When the CSPA comes into force, there will no longer be the option to have a Section 10 or Section 5.1 contract agreement. Currently, under the Section 5.1, there is limited eligibility to apply for additional government funding, Any revenue generated to the municipality is credited back annually, and there is no option for enhancement or FTE positions. If there was interest in entering a Section 10 contract agreement, this option would give the municipality option to participate in the detachment commander selection process, monitor performance of and review detachment commander's administration of complaints, receive regular reports, eligibility to apply for additional government grants and funding, for mutually agreed upon by law enforcement, and to request civilian enhancement FTE positions that would be entirely paid for by your municipality. There's currently a moratorium for officer enhancement positions at this time. If you choose this, you will be mandated to form a police service board and are responsible for all costs associated to creating and maintaining your PSB. So policing services and the billing model remain the same as to what you currently have. There's no cost benefit between the Section 10 or Section 5.1. You just have to pass a bylaw based on the proposed terms and contract of a 3, 4, 5, or 6-year contract, and it would be reviewed by the ministry for approval. So this will take in effect until the CSPA comes into effect, which we'll talk about on the next slide. Are there any questions? Okay. Next. Next. That's okay. Again, the last slide was just touching on the CSPA. Are you familiar with the Community Safety Policing Act? Has that been something that you've discussed before? Not much? Okay.
Being this is a new council, I would think if you could give an introduction or an overview, it would be beneficial to all.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
So as mentioned, the Community Safety Policing Act, when it comes into effect, it will repeal and replace the current Police Services Act and eliminates the distinction between the existing Section 10 and Section 5.1 contract arrangements. The municipalities will have the option to consider agreements for enhanced or additional services. The Ministry of the Solicitor General announced its development of the OPP Detachment Board framework in May of 2021. The OPP does not determine the size or creation of these detachment boards. The ministry required municipalities to submit their recommended compositions to for their boards. And in summary, a municipality can choose to continue to be policed by the OPP and become a part of an OPP detachment board, or municipalities can choose to form a municipal board or amalgamate boards, enter into an agreement with another municipal board, etc., to have the municipal board provide policing responsibilities. So basically, when the new act comes into play, the Police Services Act is repealed. That's the big change that we'll all see, and no distinction between Section 5 and Section 10 policing arrangements. I'm not sure if you had any specific questions or...
Mr. Mayor, if I could ask the sergeant just for one query of clarification. That is in effect now. There's a trajectory for this fall with a police services board that would encapsulate Oro-Medonte as well. And that was presented previously. Inspector, I'm not sure if it was you or if it was your
yeah, I think the fall timeline might be pushed back a little bit. We don't make the timelines, we just keep hearing that it's...
My apologies, Mr. Yaman. And I apologize to interrupt you with the utmost respect. It's just if you don't, then people at home won't hear you.
Absolutely, I appreciate it. So I did mention that, I believe, at the previous meeting, but the fall timeline I believe has been pushed back even a little bit further, potentially to winter. We don't set the timelines, we just keep getting updates on it. I know that the Orillia Police Service Board, maybe prior to this council, has reached out and already developed a framework of what the new police service board would look like, having equal representation from each of the municipalities. And that's something that'll be developed as we get closer to the winter.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, just in response to thank the inspector and members of council. Unfortunately, you've not yet seen that update that was presented to the previous council, so certainly something that needs to come forward to council. Thank you, Inspector.
Thank you. And Deputy Mayor Lavoie had a question.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Do I understand it then that in order for a township or municipality to contract, if you will, enhancements under the new section 10 as opposed to the old section 5.1, do I have that?
No, so the
No.
way it currently stands,
Right.
your municipality is in a section 5.1 non-contract
Right.
arrangement. If you were in a section 10 contract agreement with the ministry,
Right.
you would have the option to finance a position or an enhancement position
Right.
for specific duties.
Correct.
At this point, there's a moratorium on officer enhancement positions.
Right.
But for civilian enhancement positions, that
Okay.
is available. So for example, if you wanted to have a collision reporting center, because your calls for service were very high, maybe you would want to entertain funding a position that was civilian run to deal with those calls, to help reduce calls as a suggestion.
Right.
But when the new CSPA comes into effect, that's going to be eliminated, and we're not sure what the contract or agreement will look like at this point because the ministry has to provide it. It's to be available for all. So regardless what you currently have now, when CSBA comes into effect, you should be able to entertain or apply for that opportunity for a contract position, or sorry, an enhancement position.
And at that
sorry.
time, the municipality would have to be under a police services board arrangement in order for that engagement?
Yes. So
Yeah.
when CSPA comes into effect, everyone's contracts or non-contracts are null and void.
Right.
OPP detachment boards will be in place.
Correct. Okay.
And that's why they'll be able to entertain that, because the way it stands now, without that PSB, the money cannot be allocated for grants.
And
Thank you very much.
during the intern, if there was a concern, if council had a concern with a certain area or would like, they don't have the option for an enhancement right now, there are paid duties that we could do where we could have an officer be dedicated to that, which we have done in the past with one of the areas in terms of traffic control. That is an option as well for council. So.
Supplemental?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted, just to complete that thought though, since there's a moratorium on the officers, you indicated that civilian positions vis-a-vis perhaps enhanced statistics or something could be sought through such an arrangement?
It depends on what the duties
request.
that they will be performing,
Right.
that a civilian would be adequate to
Right.
to put them in an enhancement position.
Right.
That's correct. But there's currently a moratorium on officer enhancement positions.
So the sworn part of the force is...
Well,
is-
you could still get special constables, which
okay.
is civilian,
Okay.
but to have a law enforcement officer
Right.
being an on-duty officer, that's not being permitted at this time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry, and I believe your colleague, he did reference, there was a memo that was sent out by the ministry back in October, and they did provide that guideline, as Inspector had commented on, that they hope for the CSPA to be proclaimed hopefully in the fall of this year, with to be in full effect as of they had early winter 2024. So that's, we don't have any new news, or else we'll pass it on once it does become available from the ministry.
Sergeant Roeder, if I may ask a question. So so I have clarity, the 2023 cost per property is $280.40 per property, correct?
Yours is yes, which
Okay, so no matter when the board comes into place or it gets moved from the dissolving of Section 10 or Section 5, that cost will go through, correct?
the billing model will remain in effect. That's not going to change. We're not changing that. So
Okay.
status quo.
Yeah, and is that, am I correct that because prior to it was $165, so it's a $115 increase this year per household, is that?
I am going to go into your actual costs on the next slide, but base service for the province was $165.66. combined with your calls for service percentage and the other overtime, prisoner transportation, accommodation, cleaning. So in Oro-Medonte, each property is charged $280.40.
Okay, so I guess I'm just asking, does calls for service, does that include like when significant events go on that people are like, is that being kind of broken into the model? That's a separate model. That's a pay-as-you-play model, correct?
If you're thinking, we divide again. We have our provincial responsibilities that you do not get billed for. So if something significant happens on the highway, and it's technically in Oro-Medonte, but it's on the highway, that's a provincial responsibility. So that's not billed to your municipality.
Okay.
Is that what you're referring to?
Well, it's that, and then like weather events, like when you're calculating the numbers, you're not including like if Horseshoe has a major event that needs extra, like law enforcement, or Burroughs Creek, it's not worked into that number, right? I'm just trying to separate.
For a large-scale event, paid duties will go. However, if a call for service goes into our comm center, and an officer is dispatched, even if they're a paid duty officer, it does get captured in this, those calls for service. But typically at those events, depending on how large they are, police officers are visible and get the direct sort of call without it going through the comm center. So, because they'll go through their security or different other aspects, and that's how we get engaged at those events.
So to stay within the parameters of...
It's only if somebody picks up the phone and calls 911 or our 888 number and says, I'm here, I need help, this is what's going on, then that is a billable call.
No, much appreciated, thank you.
Okay, so this concludes the first portion. For the second portion, we're going to dive a little more deep into your billing per se and billing costs. So can we switch to this next, or do we need a break for a minute, or any other questions?
This is the budget portion?
Yes.
So, Ms. Hewitt, yes, this is for the budget portion of the slide, just so you're aware.
Thanks again. So this is just going to be an overview of what I'll speak about here. Annual expenditures, municipal policing costs for Oro-Medonte Township. And again, if you have any questions, feel free to ask at the time. And I do hope some of you were able to have your bill printed off, which you can follow along with, if that helps. So again, just a quick recap. We talked about how the OPP provides services on a cost recovery basis. OPP operates on an integrated service delivery model. And again, officers work in multiple locations and municipalities during a shift, and we coordinate our policing strategies. Again, we track our services provided using the daily activity reporting system. So this ensures you're billed for billable calls that are appropriate to the municipality for recovery. Not sure if this jumped ahead. Here we go. Nope, that's okay, because we're just going to go.
This was all covered in this.
Yeah, I had it there just as a recap, so we'll go next. Next. We talked about this. So next. Okay, perfect. So this slide shows the cost recovery trends at the provincial level. The blue bars are all elements being your calls for service, base services, and other costs combined that are recovered from municipalities yearly. So the red bars show the average cost per property from 2014 to 2023. In 2023, this cost is $347. So although the recovered costs continue to rise, the cost per property for municipalities remains stable. Okay, so next. So here, this is your 2023 calls for service billing summary for Oro-Medonte Township. As you will see, all billable calls for services are classified in 9 separate billing working groups, and each working group has a separate average time standard, which is adjusted annually. The billing working groups are drug possession, drugs, operation, operational 2, other criminal code violation, property crime violation, statutes and acts, traffic, and violent criminal code. At the bottom right, you can see the total calls for service at the provincial level, cost recovery of $178 million. Each year is broken down for the 4-year average, and you can see exactly how many calls you had for each category and how much time was spent in each category. So your municipality's proportionate share of the provincial total of $178 million is $992,000, which is 0.5556% of the provincial total. And you'll see between pages 7 to 10 on your annual billing statement, you can view all the calls for service that were incurred over the 4-year average, during the 4-year period. And what's important to remember is you will only see, we call them the UCR codes or the violation codes that were attended to in your municipality. So there could be other types of calls like the threat you were mentioning before. But if you didn't have that in your municipality, if you were never billed for that during the 4 years that are captioned, you won't see that. But there is on our website, if you want to see all the possible violation codes that could happen, we do have that available on our public website. Okay. So again, I'm just going to go through an example. Oh, we jumped ahead. Can we go? Okay, thank you. So if we look at your calls for service data, your highest percentage of the calls for service bill were under the operational calls at a percentage of 0.2180%, which is $389,254, followed by property crime violations at 0.0986% at a cost of $176,025, violent criminal code at a percentage of 0.0790%, which is $141,046, and operational 2 at 0.570% at a cost of $101,867. Again, throughout your bill, again through pages 7 to 10, it breaks down where you can actually see what your top 10 offenses were, and I believe one of your counselors there went through and you were able to see the difference to see what happens in that 4-year average. So we'll go to the next slide. So this is the cost overview, again, for Oro-Medonte Township. It shows your average cost per property for each year compared with the provincial average, and it shows that it has gone down over the past 5 years from $297 per property to $280 per property. So you're still well below the OPP average, which over the past 5 years was $362 to $347 per property, respectively. Okay, we'll do next slide. So I know it's a bit fine print, hopefully you can read in there. So this slide shows again how Oro-Medonte Township compares in terms of policing costs to other municipalities, which the Orillia detachment incorporates. And again, as you can see, Orillia City is the only Section 10 contract. Any questions about this? Okay, next. So if we look at your 2023 annual billing statement, you can see the breakdown for the costing of base services, calls for service, and other costs. In the orange box, I've outlined the base service costs. In the blue box is your calls for service, and the green box are your other costs. So Oro-Medonte has been billed for 10,096 properties. When multiplied by your base service cost per property of $165.66, which is down from 2022 cost, it comes to $1,672,523 in that red box. Your calls for service percentage of the provincial total of $178 million is 0.5556%, which is a total cost of $992,199. The overtime the overtime is estimated at $105,210. Prisoner transportation fee is $11,812, and accommodation cleaning services are $49,168 for a total 2023 estimated costs of $2,830,913. The purple box is your 2021 year-end adjustment. This adjustment accounts for the difference between the amount billed based on the estimated cost in the annual billing statement and the reconciled cost in the year-end summary. So Oro-Medonte will be reimbursed $50,745. The most significant year-end adjustments are resulting from the cost of actual versus estimated municipal requirements for overtime, contract enhancements, and court securities. On page 13, again, of the annual billing statement, it shows from how they actually derive that reconciled cost direct. Do we have any other questions on that?
Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
This is a pretty simple question, I think. What are the units for the average time standard in column B? Is that
That's a great
days or
question.
hours or?
Those are hours. So if you
Yeah, I
go
thought so.
to, actually, if we can go back a slide, I can't remember which one. Back, please. Back. There we go. So as you see on the column that says average time standard, that's calculated every year. So it takes a look at all of the responses by all the officers across the province to investigate each of the violation codes or each of the occurrences under those 9 service billing working groups. And that's the average. That includes your attending to the call, taking reports, going to court, doing follow-up, transporting. So you'll see those are hours. So for a drug possession charge, or if there's an investigation that happened and you had on an average of 5, I would take 5 occurrences, times it by the time standard being 7.1 hours. And that's where I come up with the total weighted time being 32 hours. And what we do is we then take it from that percentage, so your 32 hours out of all of the provincial total for the drug possession investigations. And that's how we come up with it. So every year it's recalculated. It's not just a static number that stays the same. Does that answer?
Yes, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Was there another question from Mr. Young?
Thank you. Through you.
Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Young, my apologies.
No, it's okay. I just wanted to go back a couple more to where it indicated prisoner transportation. Did I misread the report itself that said if you don't have a courthouse in your area, like Oro-Medonte, we're not charged for prisoner transportation? Did I misread that?
Sorry, you misunderstood.
Yes.
Everyone is charged per property in the province. The 1,202,724 properties are each charged that amount of $1.17 per property, regardless, because as you know, just because it's the courthouse, we do more than just transport to the courthouse.
Thank you.
Yeah, we share that cost. Okay. Again, I can go into more specifics, but what's really great, I will draw your attention to quickly on page 3 of your bill. I didn't have a screenshot of that. That just shows again how we determine really specifically all our base services costs, and it shows our calls for service. So you can see how that number is calculated every year. So again, this is the provincial wide tally that everyone gets regardless, and you'll see that adjusted annually to reflect what's happening in our province. So again, if there's any other questions, I'm happy to take them. Or again, if you have some that you think of after, I have left my information, and I'm happy to either attend through Inspector Yateman, or you can call direct and we can arrange a meeting as well to further discuss. And it's a real pleasure being here today and meeting all of you. Thank you for having me.
Well, thank you, Sergeant Roeder and Sergeant Withrow and Inspector Yateman for coming. If there are questions, we definitely will reach out, and I appreciate this because it brings a lot of clarity to this council, and we appreciate your time.
It's my pleasure. Thanks again.
Madam Clerk, before we move to the other presentations, do you want to have a motion for the deputations and presentations first?
Mr. Mayor, I do have a motion for the OPP presentation
Yeah, correct.
for 8A.
Yes.
Just for 8A.
Would you like to pass that now before we move on to this second presentation
Yes.
under budgets? Thank you.
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Hutchison. Be it resolved that the presentation by Inspector Corey Yateman Sergeant Lisa Roeder, and Sergeant Kelly Withrow, Aurelia Detachment, Ontario Provincial Police, OPP, fourth quarter. Statistics update, October, November, December 2022. An overview of service delivery be received.
All in favor? That's opposed, carried. Okay, so our next set of presentations, of which the OPP have already done theirs, are for outside agencies and partners with respect to their budget presentations for the 2023 year. So we have received the OPP presentation, so now I'd like to call on Julie Cayley, Executive Director of Severn Sound Environmental Association, who is coming via Zoom, I believe.
That's correct, Your Worship.
Okay. Ms. Cayley, whenever you're ready, you can proceed.
I am, Your Worship. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Sorry, Julie, can you up your volume on your end, and then IT will do the best up the volume at this end as well, please?
I have it up as high as I can go. Can you hear me better now?
No.
Not yet, just give us 1 second.
Okay.
If IT could see if we could increase the volume for Ms. Cayley, please.
Can we do another check?
Julie, can you speak?
I'm still.
Oh,
yep,
there,
I'm
you're
still
better
here.
now, or you're
Thank you.
yelling at me, one of the two, but it's,
I will stop yelling at you.
no, feel free.
Well, thank you very much, and good afternoon, Your Worship, Deputy Mayor, members of council, staff, and guests. I apologize. I would prefer to be there in person, but certainly lots of meetings back to back these days. I'm Julie Cayley, the Executive Director with the Severn Sound Environmental Association, and I'm pleased to be here to highlight our activities from 2022 and our plans heading into 23 and answer questions around our budget request. Next slide, please. So the Severn Sound watershed is approximately 1,000 kilometers squared in size. It's certainly an area of mixed farmland, forest cover, rural and urban areas, and home to significant First Nations and Métis communities, as well as national and provincial parks. Oro-Medonte is certainly connected to your surroundings. I should say our, because I also live in Oro-Medonte. Municipalities and just Severn Sound through numerous headwater streams and rivers. So within Oro-Medonte, you have the headwaters for the North River, the Coldwater River, and the Sturgeon Rivers, making Oro-Medonte a very unique, important part of the Severn Sound watershed. Important to think about, everybody is upstream and downstream of somebody. It's also important to note that we at SSEA focus our services only in the Severn Sound watershed portion of the municipality, so the northern portion of the township, which drains towards the Sound, the open waters of Georgian Bay that you can see on the top of the map. You'll also be hearing from our CA or Conservation Authority colleagues as well today, and there is an MOU in place so that there's no duplication of service between Nottawasaga Valley and SSCA in the Severn Sound watershed portion of the township. Next slide, please. So in 1987, Severn Sound was listed as one of 17 Great Lakes areas of concern in Canada, so toxic hotspots on the Great Lakes, and mainly because of degraded water quality. And working together as a watershed community in 2003, we were delisted as an area of concern. So currently, only one of 3 of those Great Lakes areas of concern that have been delisted. And you, our municipal partners, established the SSCA as your joint municipal service board under the Municipal Act in 2009 to deliver environmental services. And we continue to work with various stakeholders to ensure the investments in that exceptional water quality and thriving natural heritage community is maintained. And it's very critical, obviously, to the health of not just our communities, to the tourism, to the economy of our watershed communities. Next slide, please. So through the partnership, you have access to a team of highly qualified individuals with diverse expertise, and we're very fortunate that we have significant longevity among our senior staff and thus have exceptional historical local knowledge. Next slide, please. So some key highlights from 2022, acting as your drinking water source protection authority, approval of new or changed municipal drinking water systems. So these would be systems like Braystone and Robin Crest. Risk management services, continuing to review development applications. We also do a lot of water quality monitoring on the tributaries as well as groundwater. So specifically chemistry on the Coldwater River, part of the Provincial Water Quality Monitoring Network, benthic and vertebrate communities on the Coldwater and Sturgeon, as well as long-term stream temperature monitoring. And we did do a stream temperature study specifically on part of the Coldwater River in a sub-watershed. We also monitor groundwater at 5 wells in the municipality. 3, I believe 2 of those we do levels only, but 3 we do chemistry as well. So Bass Lake, Ingram Side Road, and Mount St. Louis area wells. And we have climate monitoring that continue at our weather stations. So we have a weather station in Midland and LaFontaine and a rain gauge site on the Ingram Road. We do summarize the data that we get from those, including doing summaries around crop heat units and rainfall, very important to our agriculture community, and those can be found on our website as well. We have a citizen science program that's been growing in leaps and bounds, and a collection of data for 2022 complete, and we will be working on reporting within that data as well. Next slide, please. Oro-Medonte residents in Severn Sound Watershed continue to participate in our Plant Your Own Tree distribution program. And a big thank you to the township, to your staff, to your council, for everybody that's been so helpful in accommodating and in helping us get the word out on that program. We also started bringing back the community tree plant events in the spring of 2022, planting over 1,400 seedlings on one site in Oro-Medonte adjacent to the Sturgeon River. And thrilled to announce that we received funding from 2022. It'll go for at least a year and a half from the federal government for the 2 Billion Trees program to help us increase the capacity of our tree planting program. So we will be coming to you looking for some input into what that might look like. And under the invasive species program, we hold regular meetings of the working group to share knowledge between the member municipalities. So thank you again for your staff for participating. We also participated in a garlic mustard management event in the Copeland Forest with the Friends of Copeland Forest. We've also recently published a pollinator guidebook, so hard copies will be distributed to municipal offices, and it is available online on our pollinator page of our website. Next slide, please. So for 2023, we're going to be doing a strategic plan refresh, so we'll be looking for your input to that. We're going to continue to act as your source protection authority for the Severn Sound watershed, working through changes to Horseshoe Highlands municipal drinking water system, for example, as well as acting as your risk management official and inspector for the township, reviewing development applications and negotiating the remaining risk management plan in Oro-Medonte. The continuation of long-term monitoring, like I mentioned before, the tributaries and groundwater. Inland lakes, I wanted to mention, we did just complete a winter sampling run on Bass Lake. We have not done that in the past. We know there have been some concerns and issues raised, so we did that just recently, the end of February. So results will be soon posted for that. Continuing to recruit citizen science volunteers, again, especially on Bass Lake. So if anyone listening today or anyone in the audience or anyone on council is interested, please connect with us, and we'd love to increase our citizen science team. We've reached out to your staff as well, offering to work on some new guidance around stormwater monitoring ECA requirements. Next slide, please. We're going to continue to review and input on site-specific projects and plans at your request. We do obviously intend to not just continue, but expand our tree planting programs. And we're always looking for potential sites. So please, again, contact us if you have potential sites within our watershed portion of Oro-Medonte, public or private land that we could put some tree seedlings on this coming year. We have more than 2,600 seedlings pre-ordered specifically by Oro-Medonte residents in 2023. And although our order deadline has passed, we do maintain a waiting list, not just for this year, but for future notifications. So please get in touch with us if you want to be on that list. We also have a tree planting in-person meeting coming up on March 20th in the evening. It'll include a special guest speaker as well. We have the invasive species program that will continue, where we monitor, manage invasive species and provide technical advice, training, and education. We have provided some training to neighboring municipal staff, for instance, on road maintenance. We also offer the Sustainable Severn Sound project and encourage the township to consider joining this project. It provides support specifically around municipal climate action, and where we, for other municipalities, have been acting as the associate member for the Partners in Climate Protection program through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. We also provide through that project support on Pollinator Week, B-Cities municipalities, and work to tie that into recommended municipal climate actions. And in 2023, we'll also be reviewing our fee and rate structure, internal and external as well. We haven't updated those since 1997, so it's certainly time to update them. Next slide, please. You do have our budget in front of you, so the total ask is $134,740. with 114,646 of that going towards our core operations, 8,615 towards risk management services. Those are the risk management plans and site-specific comments around existing risk management issues, and the 11,479 for the Sustainable Severn Sound project. Next slide, please. So I know I rushed through that quickly. I know you have a lot on the schedule for this evening, and I want to thank you very much for your time. I also want to thank our previous board representative, Ian Veach, and welcome your current board representative, Councillor Laurie Hutchison, whose voice will be your voice to the Severn Sound board table. And with that, Your Worship, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. Members of council, is there any questions for? Councillor Hutchinson.
Through you, Mayor Greenlaw. Julie, if perhaps you could just add a little color for us so we can better understand the Partners for Climate Protection Program. My understanding is there other municipalities are involved with this, but this is something we have yet to consider.
Thank you. Through your worship to Councillor Hutchison. Yes, so the other seven are members of the Sustainable Severn Sound project. And so through that, they are participating in the Partners in Climate Protection, and they're at varying levels of participation in that. So some are nearing the end of actually working towards the implementation of their climate action plans. And the most recent member, who would be Springwater Township, they're still at the very beginning stage of creating their climate action plan and getting engaged with us in that project. So a pretty broad variety. We work with the townships to do like GHG emission submissions specific to this project, and then look at helping you develop your climate action plan to reduce those. And again, this project is specific to municipal climate actions, and then you can build community climate action beyond that. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Ms. Cayley. Is there any other questions at this time? Ms. Cayley, I have one question. Could you maybe just kind of briefly explain how you have an agreement with the NVCA in order to ensure we're not duplicating duties of the two groups that we deal with?
Thank you, Your Worship. So the agreement is with yourselves and the Conservation Authority and us. So the three parties to make sure it lays out, where our work differs and what roles we each play within your municipality. I believe it's currently in a state of needing renewal, and so we would look to you in the renewal process to just make sure you're still getting what you want out of both of us within our respective areas.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Last opportunity. Councillor Young? No, I just wanted to make sure I didn't want to leave you out. So anyways, Julie, thank you very much for taking time to present, and we look forward, we'll follow up with you once we've deliberated budgets for this year.
Thank you, and thank you very much, all of you, for your continued support, and again, for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll move on to the next presenter, which will be Dr. Matt Miller and Pat Thorpe, Community Physicians Recruitment Liaison for Aurelian Area Physician Recruitment and Retention. Matt, welcome, and whenever it's convenient for you, and welcome to you as well, Pat.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's nice to be here in person and meet all of you for the first time, except Councillor Schell. Nice to see you again. My name is Matt. I'm a proud Oro-Medonte resident, born and raised, and I've been chair of the Aurelian Area Physician Recruitment Committee for the past 10 years. So I'd like to thank you for having me to present in person and presenting on the importance of physician recruitment to Oro-Medonte. As you may be aware, through a lot of national news coverage, there's a shortage of primary care physicians across the country, and locally, we're no different. We've been feeling the effects quite acutely and find ourselves in the midst of a crisis of sorts. Today, I'm excited to present on what we're doing about these issues and how Oro-Medonte's investment in physician recruitment can help things. So because this is the first time presenting to a lot of you, I thought it was important that we go through some of our history. So the committee was founded in 2001. We were operated by solely volunteers up until about September 2008, where we hired a staff person with their dedicated focus is on the recruitment of primary medicine physicians. We are currently a subcommittee of the Soldiers Memorial Hospital Medical Advisory Committee. We had to live somewhere as we were floating in the community, and that's where we landed. So, but it's good. It brought a lot of procedures and policies to our committee, and it's been a good relationship since. Our mandate is to recruit family physicians, and we aid in recruitment of specialty physicians through the hospital. And this is through family settlement initiatives, recognition and appreciation events as well. We are funded by Aurelia, Severn, Oro-Medonte, Rama, and until 2017, Ramera. And Mayor Greenlaw, you've previously sat on our committee, so you're aware of our work. And Councillor Schell is our newest appointee, and you've already, I think you've been to one meeting or two meetings. Two. I missed the first one, but you've already been really engaged and asked really good questions. So we look forward to working with you over the next year. So. Over the last 15 years, we've had combined recruitment of over 100 family physicians and specialists. We pride ourselves on the retention rate of our family physicians of 100%. And so we like to take a little bit of credit for that, and that's through our involvement in the community integration and the support that we provide. And we also see that when we took over for specialty recruitment, we started to notice a higher retention rate on our specialists that we recruited as well. And again, we feel that it's what we do best is highlight the communities and why they should settle and live here. Next slide, please. It's been well established that there's a clear economic incentive for a community to recruit physicians. There was a famous study out of Guelph University called the Lausanne study, where it found that for every physician in the community, there was a $1 million direct economic benefit to that community per year. Population growth is important to the health of Oro-Medonte and the surrounding municipalities, and the investment that you make in healthcare in Marquis municipality is appealing to investors and new residents, which is a key quality of life component. I mean, I think Aurelia made it onto the top 50 communities in Canada list a few years back, and one of the reasons that they cited that was because of the access to primary care. Your direct ROI that you'll notice is going to be through real estate, really. So through home purchases, and then there's a lot of the downstream effects or the multipliers from there. Everything that they purchase within the communities, furniture, service providers, cars, office equipment, all is purchased locally by people when they come here. We also notice a very large trend of when a physician comes here, you have family members that often come and settle here as well. So we've seen a lot of parents that move to the community and they choose to retire here. There's been large investments.
Next slide, please. Sorry for the interruption.
Sorry? Oh, removing the slide along? Okay. Current landscape, we have 2,000 unattached patients on current wait list. This is a largely underestimated number. And the reasons for that is you've seen a large population increase over the last few years. Those people that come up here choose to keep their family physician down in the city or wherever they move from because they feel that they cannot get a physician here. Also, this is a Healthcare Connect wait list, and a lot of people don't know what Healthcare Connect is or how to access that. So we feel the 2,000 unattached patients is underestimated. We need, by the end of 2023, we've identified 4 family physicians that are going to be retiring. And by the end of 2024, we're going to be looking at 11,361 patients that are at risk of not having a family doctor. So that's kind of what brought up being in crisis. So in order to meet this need, we need to recruit 12 family physicians by the end of 2024. Current landscape changes that are noticeable for us is that new graduates coming out in family medicine are choosing not to start a traditional family practice. And there's a lot of reasons for this. A lot of them are choosing to take up locums, where this is where they'll fill in for a physician. It provides a lot more freedom. They can come in, they can make money, they can leave, they can travel. They choose to work as hospitalists, which provides the same amount of freedom. And then a lot of them we feel are waiting to see what the agreement is with the province and family physicians as well. So a lot of factors for that, but it is one that we're noticing. A lot of recruitments we get down the stage and they choose not to set up a family practice and they go that route. So adaptive strategies for this. We've approved our work plan for 2023. We've conducted a survey of our stakeholders, which help align our priorities. We looked at our committee composition to make sure that we had a diverse set of skills from our committee members. We increased our committee membership to kind of meet these demands. We've joined the Ontario Health Team Roundtable, and we're increasing our advocacy with our funders and the community. For our 2023 work plan goals to be completed within the first 6 months of the year, the main one is to secure quality accommodations for our medical learners. Quality accommodations has been a major barrier that we've recognized with medical learners. A lot of it hasn't been in our control. The Rural Ontario Medical Program will place medical learners in the community, and some of the feedback has been that the accommodations are not appropriate. Some choose not to come here because they can't find any. The Rural Ontario Medical Program also stopped funding the $800 rental stipend per month for elective placements, which was a large source of candidates for us. We are close on resolving some of these issues. Can't answer them now, but we're getting close to resolving some of those barriers. We're developing a dedicated family medical medicine and medical learner website and launching social media campaigns. This has to do with us casting as wide a net as possible and getting in front of as many possible candidates as we can. We're also focused on fundraising for 2023 as well, which we haven't been able to do effectively in the community due to COVID. We haven't been able to host our annual fundraiser. And we're hoping to recruit 3 new family doctors by June 30th. And we're cautiously optimistic to saying that we're close to reaching that goal. Continue with our work plan goals. We've created a medical learner experience task force, and this is really to ensure that when medical learners are here, we're providing them with the best experience possible. So we're identifying what their interests are. We're aligning them with people with similar interests. We're making sure we're promoting the communities as best we can. We all know that Oro-Medonte and Aurelia, Severn are amazing places to live. We have to highlight that when they're here, and we have to put our best foot forward when we do it. So we do highlight community recreation, cultural special events. Most of the medical learners, when they come here, often bring their skis, so they're skiing in Oro-Medonte. Same with their bikes as well, and they utilize mountain biking through Copeland Forest or the amazing paved roads you have in Oro-Medonte as well. We're doing this because 50% of the physicians that we've recruited, over 50%, came through the medical learner program. So we're doubling down on those candidates. We're also looking at starting new activities to support physician retention through this year, and then we're also needing to recruit an additional 3 physicians by the end of December 31st. So this will be a total of 6 physicians this calendar year that we need to recruit. For recruitment planning, another strategy we're doing is we're creating an inventory of local residents that are currently in medical programs studying in other provinces and who are outside of Canada. This is because they're from the area, they have a high interest in coming back to this area, and so it's just identifying that. It takes resources and time, but there's a lot of barriers that can come with that, and we like to help navigate that when we can. We also look to increase our interactions with the medical schools inside and outside of Ontario as well. So again, just trying to cast as wide as possible, and we feel our new website and our social media campaigns will help with that as well. So we do aid in specialty recruitment, as mentioned, and this has to do with our community integration, the family settlements, like connecting them with schools, community programs, finding accommodations. And really, like, that's our strength. And as mentioned, like when we took that over, we started noticing a larger retention rate on specialists. So there are specialists that we tend to recruit, tend to stay here. The reason why we also help with specialty recruitment is one of the key satisfiers for physicians practicing family medicine here look to have a good hospital with comprehensive specialty support as well. So it all goes hand in hand, and that's really why we support the hospital with that as well. This does require the committee, the hospital, the Couching Ontario Health Team all to work together to achieve success. And this year we've made some the Couching Ontario Health Team is a rather new entity. And I'd have to say that we're all working together effectively and making sure we're utilizing all of our resources and making sure that there's no redundant work. For retention activities, 3 years of restrictions and COVID didn't really help like the medical community in terms of the fellowship, the collegiality, the social relationships that they were accustomed to, and frankly, it's been sorely missed. And I mean, I think everyone can understand the level of burnout that physicians are currently experiencing, and so it's important that we show them that the communities appreciate the work that they do. And so one of our priorities for this year is to focus on that and restore that kind of relationship. So we have our Doctor's Day breakfast, which we pivoted through COVID, and it actually was a drive-by through one of the local restaurants. And so that's on April 28th, which this year will be a sit-down one for the first time in a while. We have our credentialed staff, clinical excellence, leadership, and long service reception, which is a mouthful, on May 25th. We're also looking at developing a new social in the fall, and we're looking to host that at an event at a place in Oro-Medonte this fall as well. So. We have developed a peer and community support for new physicians and their family. So once physicians are settled here, it doesn't stop. We're checking in with them, ensure that they have the adequate support that they need. And we also connect new physicians with other physicians who have like-minded interests in recreational activities as well. So it's kind of like an informal mentorship program as well too, but they get a buddy that kind of can help them navigate the local environment. So some challenges that we've seen. The last few years, we've seen a large increase in cost for candidate site visits. So this is included with mileage, hotel visits, meals. One physician visit can cost anywhere between $1,000 to $1,500. You can't get a hotel that's appropriate for under $400 a night. The rest, taking them to a nice restaurant, like these things, like to really roll out the red carpet, it costs money. Our committee absorbs the expenses for both the family and specialty medicine candidates that come here. So there's quite a few visits that we have per year. And then again, the challenge is physician burnout being one of them, and ensuring that we spend some of our effort on retention activities is key as well. So for funding, and when I say the cost of site visits, last year we found ourselves really questioning who we could spend money on when they came for a site visit. Was this a high priority candidate? And this was due to budgetary restraints. And we thought, okay, we need to start looking at some serious fundraising and to start with our committee. So internally, like just with our committee of volunteers, we raised over $6,000 of just the people sitting on our committee. So I think it just speaks to, we're the ones doing the work and we see the value in this and we put our money where our mouth is. And so we're also going to look at expanding that into the community as well. And we're going to start doing with our fundraising events in this fall. And then by next year, again, we'll do our event again. So for us, we're requesting contribution of $1 for 50% of Oro-Medonte residents. This is a historical ask. When the committee was founded, this was kind of the basis on what the municipalities gave on. And so we're asking for $11,000 for 2023 and another $11,000 in 2024 as well. This is consistent with Aurelia. Aurelia is at $1.50 per resident currently, with their 50,000 this year. Severn is just over $1, and Rama is at $1 as well. So thank you for your attention, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Miller. Any questions from members of council for Dr. Miller? Councillor Schell?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw and Dr. Miller. Pleasure to see you face to face rather than on the screen. Just a comment, not a question. Mm-hmm. I've been waiting for 3 years now for a serious shoulder injury operation, and I finally got it scheduled for next month. That's how short things are and how tight things are out there in the community, in the medical community. So appreciate all the work you guys are doing, and I'm happy to be helping you.
Thank you, Councillor Schell. No, there's no doubt I concur with you. There's a shortage and the population's increasing rapidly, and we need to increase the other side as well. Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Thank you very much, Dr. Miller and Pat, for your presentation and for all the very important work that you do. I did have a question. Your comment triggered a question. So what does quality accommodation look like?
Through you, Mayor, what you would imagine, clean, like with appropriate amenities. Through COVID, actually, a lot of it was requiring their own independent living. They couldn't just have a room in a house, like they wanted their own kitchen and bathroom space. And this was understandable through COVID. But this is someone from the Rural Ontario Medical Program. This was someone in Toronto that's placing people, right? So they don't really know necessarily what they're setting medical learners up with. So And that being said, there was a shortage of rentals, really. And then you're looking at short-term rentals, which is another thing, right? So they're even smaller to come by because like these people are here for 3 to 6 month periods. So it is rather difficult to find appropriate accommodations.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Hutchinson?
Sorry, and thank you, Doctor. Through you, Mayor Greenlaw, I would think that some of these learners also have families as well. They're not just necessarily single or married with no children.
Through you, Mayor, thank you. A lot of them are younger, so I wouldn't say a large portion come with families. I think they are here to learn, and a lot of them then you find, and when we talk about it, focusing on the medical learner experience, a lot of them will end up leaving immediately on weekends. Right, so there was nothing keeping them here, so they would go back to either their significant other or their family. And again, that's on us to make sure that we're providing that experience that maybe gives them a reason to stick around on weekends and highlight the community. So it all kind of works together.
Perfect.
Councillor Shell?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor Greenlaw. Something that was brought up in one of our meetings that it will go further to what Deputy Mayor Lavoie asked about accommodations, was transportation. I think if I recall you having an issue in the really around the hospital for these candidates to have a parking space. So because even the hospital staff are having difficulties, so I think there's a tight issue there to deal with. So these candidates need to have some place to park or some means of public transportation to get to and from the facility that they're working at. Can you comment on that any further?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Shell. Yeah, that is a definite issue around the hospital. I mean, they're running short on space. I don't even think there's enough parking spots for staff that are there. One of our solutions that hopefully we'll be presenting shortly will find us short-term accommodations within walking distance of the hospital. So, I mean, that would be ideal, right? That when they can have an apartment there, they can park there, but then walk to the hospital. And we are close to reaching that goal. One of the things that we were looking for with the increase in funding is that we're actually looking at replacing that $800 rental stipend for elective medical learners as well. So that's another thing that we're rolling for and we'll be using the increase in funding for. We don't want cost to be a barrier why a potential candidate won't come here.
Perfect, thank you. Any further questions? Well, I want to thank Dr. Miller and Pat Thor for coming and presenting. It's great to see you again. It's been a while since I attended your meetings. That used to be, what, 8 o'clock in the morning, I think it was, yeah. which is good. It's nice to get you moving. So thank you, and thank you for all the great work you've done over the years. And we look forward to, once we get our budgets ratified, getting back to you with our support. Okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, we're on the medical thing. We'll stick with the same. I'm going to call now Dr. Stuart Murdoch, Academic Chief, Barrie Family Medicine and Twatching Unit, and Corrine Maxwell, Physician Recruitment Coordinator for Barrie Area and Physician Recruitment. And whenever it's convenient for you, you can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having us today. I'm excited to meet you all. This is my first time in this role and having an opportunity to speak to you. So my name is Corrine Maxwell. I'm the Physician Recruitment Coordinator for the Barrie Area Physician Recruitment Task Force. As a lifelong resident of Innisfil and Barrie, and working in healthcare for the last 23 years, having enough medical physician support in our community is very important to me. So today, joining me is Dr. Stuart Murdoch. He is the Program Director at the University of Toronto and the Academic Chief at the Barrie Family Medicine Teaching Unit and the co-chair of our BAPR task force. So in the following presentation, both Dr. Murdoch and I are going to provide an overview of what Barrie Area Physician Recruitment is, otherwise known as BAPR, that's the acronym that we use, and some of the recent challenges and successes. Next slide. So, what is BAPR and who funds it? The purpose of the Barrie Area Physician Recruitment Task Force is to bring physicians, healthcare leaders, community leaders, and municipal leaders together to develop and implement strategies to recruit and retain physicians into our community. Using these strategies, the recruitment coordinator works on recruiting and retaining both family medicine physicians and specialty physicians. So our funding partners include the Township of Springwater, the Township of Oro-Medonte, the Town of Innisfil, and the City of Barrie, as well as Rural Victoria Regional Health Centre. Next slide. So unfortunately, our province is facing a crisis with our current doctor shortage following the pandemic, specifically in family medicine. There are currently 1.8 million people living in Ontario without a family physician, and according to our calculations, we have approximately 40,000 unattached patients in the Barrie area. So that includes Springwater, Innisfil, and Oro-Medonte. Next slide. So some of the factors that are impacting the shortage include the challenging effects of COVID-19 on our healthcare workers. Many of our physicians have experienced burnout, fatigue, increased stress, financial strain, and lack of job satisfaction. Next slide. The aging population also has a profound impact on primary care. As the patient population is aging, people are presenting with many more chronic diseases, which is creating much more pressure on the healthcare system. The physician workforce is also aging. So the seniors make up the fastest growing share of family physicians, with the percentage 65 years and older more than doubling to 15% from 6.5% over the past 20 years. So that is 1.7 million Ontario residents have a family doctor that is 65 years or older.
So just comment on the dwindling interest in family medicine. We do know from our residency match over the last years, interest in family medicine is sharply going down. Last year, we had 250 unmatched spots across the country, and after a second round, it was down to 100. We are anticipating that number will be somewhere between 350 and 400 unmatched residents, and that match day is in 2 weeks' time. Lots of reasons of why. Lots of it is primary care, the changes and complexities in primary care, the cost of running a business. People don't have time and don't have the energy to run a business. And lots of other competing interests of what else people can do in medicine. We do know many of our family doctors graduate and want to do enhanced skills, and these are trained within family medicine, but they're subspecialty areas that include emergency medicine, anesthesia, stuff like palliative care. We know 40 to 50% of our residents, when they apply to enhanced skill, apply to family medicine, they want to do an enhanced skill. And we know 20% of them will get a spot when they finish. So out of all of our graduates that we have, 20% do not do primary care because they go on and do the enhanced skill piece. It's important areas, specifically in Aurelia, your anesthesia. Many of your anesthesia are GP anesthesia. One particularly graduated from our program. We need emergency physicians desperately. And obviously palliative care has been a huge area that is growing as more and more people are having difficulties finding family doctors to provide primary care. So what we've done in Barrie in terms of the Barrie area, which includes all of our area, we have formed a family health organization, which is also a family health team. We are the model that the province wants to build, and we built it 2014-15. We are one massive group of family physicians, and we've created one massive team to provide team care. If you follow the media right now, it's all about systems change. How do you provide good team-based care? We already have good team-based care. We have nurse practitioners, we have nurses, we have diabetic educators, we have pharmacists, all part of our team. And if you're lucky enough to have your physician as part of this family health organization, then you have access to that care. Unfortunately, only about 20 to 25% of Ontario citizens get their primary care delivered in a family health organization and a family health team. Lots of push on to try and expand that with the recent healthcare plan announced by the Ford government.
Next slide, please. So what have our recent successes been in the last year? So far, we've recruited 17 family physicians to the area. And since this slide was made, we've actually recruited 2 more. And 41 new specialists to Royal Victoria Regional Health Centre. So I'm just going to highlight the specialists that we have recruited, starting with general internal medicine, anesthesiology, emergency physicians, radiologists, endocrinologists, gastroenterologists, a neurologist, next slide, general practitioner in oncology, pediatrician, vascular surgeon, plastic surgeon, 2 orthopedic surgeons, surgical assistants, hospitalists, and a gynecology oncologist. Recruitment of specialties such as these have helped the annual 206,000 imaging tests that are read by our radiologists, 82,000 emergency visits by our emergency physicians, and the 10,000 surgeries completed with our anesthesiologists. I'm sure we are all familiar with the long wait lists to get in to see specialists such as these, and the recent recruitment of these specialists, additional specialists to our community, will help our local residents receive the care that they need closer to home with a reduced wait time. We continue to recruit, so listed up here, I won't read them, but these are some of the areas that I'm currently recruiting for. Some are a little more difficult than others. According to Census Canada, the population of Oro-Medonte has increased by 9.4% since 2016. So our area is growing, and we're just going to continue to need the growth. And how do I recruit? So I do a number of different things to help bring physicians to the area. I start by posting advertisements on websites, medical journals, and social media websites. I screen the applicants. I meet and greet with the candidates and the applicants when they come. I build relationships with the candidates and organize meet and greets with our department chiefs and the Barrie Family Health team. I organize community tours, hospital tours, and clinic tours. I act as a liaison between the community and the hospital and medical practices with the applicant. I attend medical conferences and job fairs. Maintain communication with each candidate to ensure appropriate follow-up is always completed. And I always act as an ambassador for our community, the hospital, and the family medicine teaching unit.
So from a family medicine side, the biggest piece of recruitment is around education, and you heard that from the Aurelia presentation. One of the big things we do have is we have core family medicine training program out of the family medicine teaching unit, which is part of our RVH. We train 18 residents per year. We have 9 first-year residents, 9 second-year residents, and we've been established since 2009. And from a retention point of view, we keep approximately 60%, and that's not in Barrie, that's in the whole area, which includes Aurelia, Midland, and a little bit further south down into Alliston area as well. So we do know if we train them, most of them will stay. And for those reasons, it's definitely part of our community. We really showcase the community, as you heard from Aurelia. It's a great place, as we know, to raise a family, and partners can find jobs here as well. But the other big thing is our medical community. We have great hospitals, with one large regional hospital, but with our other hospitals, with Aurelia, Midland, and Collingwood, and obviously the Innisfil campus of RVH going down. We have a really good system. And as much as we're in a little bit of crisis, we're in a big crisis, but we're ahead of the game compared to the other municipalities across the province, and way ahead of other provinces like Alberta and BC, and especially out east where they are desperate. So there's kind of our recruitment piece, and with that is a lot of the PGY3s. And our program has gone fully matched every year. It's well sought after. And just to also comment from Aurelia, Aurelia has 2 second-year residents that spend their whole second year up in this community, as does Midland. They have 2 second-year residents. They have a high retention rate of those residents coming. and well as our graduates, and I'll show you our graduates. I know one of, the next slide if it's there. One of our graduates I know is just committed to emergency medicine up in Midland. So those are our 9 graduates. 2 out of those 9 are going into emergency medicine, so they're off to do an enhanced skill. And then we have our eyes on about 3 or 4 of those to stay in our community. So we know education really works well.
Next slide. So finally, our funding request. So the Barrie Area Physician Recruitment kindly requests the financial support in the amount of $14,500 per year over the next 2 years, equaling a total of $29,000 from the Township of Oro-Medonte to help further our initiatives. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Council, questions? Councillor Clark?
Just a comment through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much for coming here. I'm excited to join BAPR and hopefully help in any way that I can as a representative from the Township of Oro-Medonte. I want to commend what you've done. 2 of my children play hockey with a physician who was recruited by your organization and has many positive things to say about the entire process that he went through. So clearly it works, and we're in desperate need of additional physicians in the area. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? I guess a question I would have, and I see Pat still here. Oro-Medonte's in a unique situation because we get the advantage of using actually 3 hospitals, whether it's Georgian Bay, Soldiers Memorial, or RVH. And I think it's important that we support the recruitment and retention of our physicians. Could you explain how collaboratively, because you're all, this is maybe not the best way to put it, you're all hunting for the same people to retain them in your community. So how do the 2 organizations work collaboratively together to, with one another, and hopefully to have a synergy effect on how we're able to fulfill the needs of both Orillia and Barrie?
I know in my role, if I am working on a recruitment, or if somebody comes to me with a particular inquiry about a recruitment position that we are not looking for, each year at the hospital, I'm speaking specifically in specialists, we develop a human resources plan, so we know exactly which physicians we're recruiting for which departments. Sometimes unexpected retirements or leaves will come up throughout the year, but we have a good idea. So I will have physicians reach out to me or looking for a position that we're not recruiting for, and that's when I'll share them with my colleagues in other areas such as Pat. Or we may be recruiting a physician that has a spouse, and that's when these close municipalities work well because they can live in Oro-Medonte and practice medicine in Barrie as well as Orillia.
Yeah, perfect. No. Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Thank you. As you were speaking, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and through you. As you were speaking, I was just wondering, is there any consideration or any incorporation in terms of foreign trained physicians with regard to the recruitment process, or are they part of the numbers that you're actually talking about? Thank you very much.
I can answer that. That's part of my University of Toronto job. So as you may have heard, but the government is expanding 295 postgraduate spots over about a 5-year plan. So that's 295 residency spots. They're looking at expanding medical school by 200 spots over the 6 medical schools, and with the announcement of the new 7th one, the Metropolitan Toronto University, the old Ryerson campus. The problem with undergrad, it'll take 5 to 6 years before we see our first graduate of the medical student. But our expansion for postgraduate training, which is our specialists as well as our family practice, starts July 2023. And so one of my jobs is looking at how we're going to expand. And the expansion is 60-40. So out of the 295 new spots in Ontario, 60% are going to be family medicine trained and 40% are going to be specialist trained. And then the ratio of undergraduate from Canadian medical graduate trained to international medical graduate trained is going to be 80-20, and that's kind of in the number, 80% Canadian medical school and 20% international. But as I mentioned, we're going to be in this crisis of trying to find residents to go into family medicine because expansion is going on, and undergrad Canadian medical expansion is actually going to be shrinking because more people are going to be going into the Royal College specialty. So you're going to find that at the end of this year, we're going to probably add an extra 300 international medical trained doctors into our residency program. Across the country, we have 1,300 applicants every year that come from all over the world, and a good percentage of those are our Canadians that are studying abroad. So they finish they finish undergrad, or some go right from high school right over. And the common area is the UK, specifically Ireland. Some go into the States, and some go to Australia, New Zealand. So it's going to happen, and it's going to take a while. And the problem, the health human resources, when you make a change, it takes 15 years to really make the fix. And we are dealing with a problem back from 2003. And we all knew the baby boomers were retiring. The pandemic, we're blaming it on the pandemic, but clearly there was a baby boomer crisis happening. So the plan's in place, but it's going to take a long time. And the other big thing is we do need systems changes. And I think there's lots of advocacy work going on through the Ontario Medical Association and the Ontario chapter of family physicians to try to get system changes so that people will want to go into family medicine. But it doesn't happen overnight, but at least we're launching. And so we're going to be expanding U of T, and we're going to be, I'm going to be looking at areas too, and I want to look at more expansion into the Barrie, Midland, and really areas. Stay tuned.
Thank you, Dr. Murdoch. Anything further? Council members, any other questions? I want to thank you, and I want to thank the Aurelia team for coming and presenting. It's without a doubt likely something that will impact every one of us at one point or another, and it's important that we do everything we can to prepare, not just for now, but for the future, because the demand's only going to get higher. So thank you very much for your presentation, and we look forward to getting back to you once we get our budget ratified.
Thank you.
Okay, so next presenter is Lake Simcoe Regional Conservation Authority, and Rob Baldwin, Chief Administrative Officer, and Mark Rich, Chief Financial Officer, will be presenting. But I don't believe they're here yet. It says in person, but are they?
Mr. Mayor, they may be in the, they
Waiting room?
appear as in person, but they may be in the waiting rooms.
Oh, okay.
Let's just, see if we have somebody here.
Yeah, I see there's Rob Baldwin, his name anyways.
Okay, so if we can have IT advance, Mr. Baldwin, that would be great.
And it's
And Mr. Critch is there in the waiting room as well.
We are here. Can anyone hear me?
oh. Rob, could you speak a little louder, or if not? Oh, there you go.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you now.
That was Mark before, so sorry. Apologies.
You can go ahead whenever it's convenient, Rob.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw and members of council. Pleasure to be here this afternoon. Thanks for hosting virtually. I have a time commitment. I couldn't make it up to do it in person, so I appreciate a virtual session. Next slide, please. Just some brief context about the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority. We were formed in 1951 under the Conservation Authorities Act. We have 18 board members representing 9 member municipalities, and of course, we're one of the faster growing areas in Ontario, especially the southern part of the Lake Simcoe watershed. Next slide. The watershed is approximately 3,400 square kilometers with 20 municipalities within that. And of course, it flows from the Oak Ridges Moraine to the Oro-Moraine and Oro-Medonte. And there are really 18 primary river systems that flow through the landscape, all draining into Lake Simcoe. Next slide. It certainly is a time of change for conservation authorities as we move forward with a variety of bills that have affected or changing our operations, from Bill 23, 108, Bill 109, 229, and there is lots going on. Our 2023 budget was really developed in the consistent manner which we've done for years. But 2024 will bring a new format, a new style that we'll be working closely with the team in Oro-Medonte on as we move forward, and that transition is already well underway. Next slide. Just like every municipality, conservation authorities are in the midst of trying to understand and transition on Bill 23. Specifically, Ontario Reg 59622, which was brought into effect 3 days prior to the new year. We were given very short notice, and so were municipalities, that the role of conservation authorities in the development world will change, and we are no longer involved in the natural heritage review of natural heritage for development submissions. And there are some changes, and we've been working closely with all the municipalities on these changes. The one thing it does, it has no effect on our 2023 levy, because the programs that we provided that are being affected by Bill 23 were all cost recovery fee-based programs. So we will continue with development review, though, focused on hazards, of course, drinking source protection, and of course the Lake Simcoe Protection Plan. Next slide. We are in the middle year of our new strategic plan called Transformation. The title was appropriately picked with everything going on and the evolution and change of conservation authorities in Ontario. And so we're well underway in implementing this strategic plan. And we will, once we're through all this transition, we'll be able to formulate a new strategic plan, probably for a 4 or 5 year period for 2025 and beyond. Next slide. Just going to walk through a few highlights over the past year. So over 90% of the, well, roughly 1,000 permits were issued in our accelerated customer service timelines. There were 7 restoration projects completed in Oro-Medonte with a total cost of around $98,000 and resulting in 1.2 hectares being restored. And the woodlands, and some recent work, the woodlands and wetlands sequester approximately 20% of the greenhouse gas emissions in the Lake Simcoe watershed. So just demonstrating that their value in the face of climate change. Next slide. We certainly spend a lot of time and a lot of focus on Lake Simcoe. It's the jewel in the watershed. And one of the key areas we are leading in the Great Lakes Basin is researching the changes in nutrient cycling and the impact on how that changes phosphorus dynamics in Lake Simcoe. So basically, how does the lake function in this changing world with invasive species and everything else? The work we're doing is now being used to guide management across the 5 Great Lakes. And an interesting result from some work done this year is that we found, in doing some land cover analysis, we've actually increased natural heritage cover by 1%, or roughly 2,300 hectares, in a 15-year period. And this is really a testament to a variety of things, to the work our staff do, municipalities and other groups doing tree planting, Simcoe County in their forest program, etc., private land owners tree planting and doing other work. And this is just showing a success, even in the face of growth and development. We're seeing a positive increase in natural heritage cover. We do a lot of work focusing in on helping our municipal partners on stormwater infrastructure inspection and maintenance, and over 350 staff were part of our training last year. Next slide. We're in the process of looking to build a new nature center at Scanlon Creek Conservation Area, our flagship property, and we're doing this with no municipal funding being requested for this. This is a partner project between our foundation and their Connect campaign, as well as we received a significant, roughly $4 million federal grant to assist in the building of this nature center. And this is important. The one thing we have seen in the post-COVID era, the unprecedented demand for outreach and field trips, getting kids back out into nature. We are booked solid, and we could accommodate much more if we had an increased facility. And I think that will stay that way with everyone wanting to be out in green space. One of the key highlights of last year was through the province, facilitated the transfer of 900 acres of land in the town of Georgina near Lake Simcoe. We call it right now the Lake Simcoe Conservation Preserve. This was the largest transfer we believe in any conservation authority's history. And this really resolved a significant, long-standing development conflict that occurred in Georgina, and we're super excited to have this incredible new 900-acre wetland and forest property to look to the future for the public. Next slide. Mark, our CFO, who's on with me today, led a procurement audit that identified some significant internal savings and looking to increase our efficiencies internally. We implemented a variety of new e-workflow processes to really enable both an efficient service delivery internally, but also help facilitate a hybrid workforce. And we're continuing to expand our multi-year budgeting so that we can assist in aligning with our municipalities so that they have better forecasts looking ahead to the future. Next slide. We have been busy working on developing a diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging framework as we're a member of the York Region Inclusion Charter, and this was work that needed to be accomplished and to ensure that we have a very diverse and supportive culture here in our authority. We made significant technology and policy changes to support a hybrid workforce, which has been working very successfully. And the one thing that I say is our most valuable asset is our people, but the second most valuable asset is the data we house. We are a data warehouse. So the more we can do to ensure that we protect our technology and data through network security is critical to our work. Next slide. So moving on into our 2023 budget, three key areas. The first one, of course, is respecting the taxpayer. The second one is implementing our transformation, our strategic plan to the next few years, and also keeping our funding requests within the envelope. Next slide. So in respect to respecting the taxpayers, we've had responsible increases for cost of living or inflationary adjustments over the last 5 years. And while we have increased FTEs over the last 5 years, they've all been solely either on cost recovery through fees or through provincial or federal granting programs. Any of the additional fees were not added through municipal dollars. Next slide, please. So what it works out to is a 2% operating increase and a 1.66% capital increase. So overall, for the overall authority, it's a move from a 9.01 million to a 9.17 million operating and capital budget. So it's a fairly modest increase over year to year. And next slide, please. And this slide is just to give you some context of where Oro-Medonte fits in the general levy by the municipalities who are members of the authority. As you can see, you're coming in just shy of 1% of the CVA for the Lake Simcoe watershed. And as you can see, York Region is by far our largest partner, coming in at 65%. So, so for the levy for Oro-Medonte, it works out to $41,000. Next slide. And then, so with that 41,000, also there is a modest capital program, special capital program, and the ask goes from a 2022 was 73,000, the total budget ask, sorry, and in 2023 the total ask is 75, so it's an approximate $2,000 increase overall for the total budget in Oro-Medonte from 2022 to 2023. Next slide, please. And so moving forward, as I mentioned, we'll be implementing all the changes and transition, and we'll be spending a lot of time. We'll be up to visit with staff in the town to work out through some of this transition process. We're finalizing an asset management financial strategy to help ensure we have the appropriate reserves to protect and maintain our assets. Continue to implement our strategic plan. Of course, this is the first year of both council and board, so we have education going on for the first while to bring everyone up to speed on the work we do for the new members. And our budget will be finalized coming at the end of this month, and we look forward to that. And I'll be glad to take any questions you may have at this time, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baldwin. Council members, any questions? Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, through you to Mr. Baldwin. I noticed in an early slide that there was a Kawartha team for smooth transition comment. Can you explain what that
I
means?
caught that. I apologize to the mayor. Was one that was not caught in our presentation changeover. So I apologize for that.
Oh, okay, so it wasn't meant to be there.
No, it's a typo. It's supposed to say Oro-Medonte.
Oh, okay, righto. Thank you very much.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, you can tell there's a lot of detail-oriented people at this end of the. Just so I should have given you the heads up earlier.
No, all good.
No, I appreciate the presentation. I guess if possible, before too late in the first quarter, Rob, if you could come up and kind of give an overview, or one of the staff members come up and give an overview of what all the conservation Lake Simcoe does moving forward, and give them a better understanding, that would be much appreciated.
Yeah, through you to yourself, yes, it'd be a pleasure to come up and do that.
Okay. No, well, thank you very much for the presentation. No one else has any questions, and thank you, Mark, for attending. And I know I have one accountant here though, Mark, if he wants to ask you a question, but he's actually he'll wait until he gets more meat on the bone before he barks. So anyways, thank you very much, gentlemen. And
thank you.
We'll definitely be back with you within the next month. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care. Okay, so next we'll hear from Doug Hevener, Chief Administrative Officer, and Cheryl Flanagan, Director of Corporate Services of Nottawasaga Conservation Authority. Madam Clerk, when they're available.
They are both ready to be advanced.
Okay, perfect. Mr. Hevener, whenever it's convenient for you, and
thank you, Your Worship. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, that's great. Thank you very much.
Okay. Next slide, please. It's our pleasure to be here. Cheryl will be presenting a little information in the end of our presentation as well, so we'll both be speaking to you today. We're celebrating our 63 years in conservation here in your watershed with the CA. Our CA is 3,700 square kilometers in size, and we service 18 municipalities throughout the watershed. And the significant features that we are involved with are the Oak Ridges Moraine to the south, the Niagara Escarpment along our western side, the Minising Wetlands, Georgian Bay, and the Oro Moraine in your portion of the watershed. Our 18 board members are appointed for 4-year terms, and we've welcomed a new member to our board who's enjoying the council presentations today. Our jurisdiction is 73% of your township. We've talked a little bit about SSEA, and Julie spoke to the tripartite agreement. I might direct councillors to the final page of the agreement, where it quite clearly identifies what each of the SSEA and the NDCA actually do for you in the watershed features. One point that I do want to mention that's very different between the two, and when it comes to forest and tree planting, and I know that's always been a really big thing in the Oro-Medonte area, Simcoe County Forests is active there, is that we offer the MTIP program, the Managed Forest Program through Forests Ontario. We also access the funding through the 2 billion tree program and the 50 million tree program. So that's something in forestry that's specific to us alone. The lands there, we have 3 major stream situations, the Sturgeon, the Colson, and the Willow Creeks that all run through the watershed, and they're running back into the Nottawasaga River watershed. Next slide, please. We'll talk a little bit about vision and mission. It's important that in these regulation changes to point out that the government did identify a real need for that resource and management, that watershed view. So we'll be providing by 2024 a watershed resource management plan. We just completed a 20-year management plan in 2018, and we involved over 300 stakeholders from the area, First Nations, Indigenous people, Métis people, the agricultural community. We actually specifically met independently with the agricultural community in our watershed to discuss our needs. But the bare bones of our vision and our mission is we want to create that sustainable, resilient watershed And we really want to work together with our 18 partners. Nothing can happen in the NVCA if we aren't really actively partnering with each municipality that's involved in our watershed. Next slide, please. Just a little program overview to talk about what we do here at the NVCA, and if you could present the next slide. Watershed science involves our source water protection and our ecology and monitoring pieces. And Rob noted in his talk that we're not doing as much work with the natural heritage piece, and there'll be some amendments to the wetland features and how we evaluate those. We still have been able to accomplish some risk management plans through Oro-Medonte, or through our source water protection program. We do that source risk work for independent municipalities at their request. We've been able to complete a wetland loss in comparing pre-settlement to settlement time across the watershed. So that's an important layer that I think will be useful to development in areas where the development lands have been identified. Next slide, please. In our education program, as Rob mentioned with the new center that they're building there, we have our Tiffin Center here, and we have, in the typical year pre-COVID, anywhere from 12 to 15,000 children that are attending the Tiffin site. We deliver a 4th grade curriculum for Simcoe County school systems, and it involves 1 visit to the Tiffin Center and 2 of our staff visits to the individual school systems to work with the kids on their grounds and have them better understand how things work. In our education program, we work through developing climate change. We've just updated our climate change activities and completed a new strategy for 2022 to 2025. And it's available on our website for people to see. We have in-person summer camps this year in 2022 for 489. And we actually included a Ukrainian camp that was sponsored by Rotary. And it was for newcomers to Canada. Kind of fun to watch these kids. They don't speak any English, and they're still out there really enjoying nature, and their parents were along with them. So it was a really nice welcoming to our community for some of these people that have been challenged in their home nation as they've come to Canada. We also work with Montessori schools that are doing homeschooling, and they can develop programs that can be had here at the Tiffin Center. I think it's important to note on the education piece that, you know, maybe the lion's share of our participants may come from the close proximity of Oro and Barrie and Innisfil and Essa, and maybe not from the extremities of our watershed. But when those kids grow up, you know, just look at the development that's happening and where people are moving. They're moving across our entire watershed. They're moving to Thornbury, they're moving to Collingwood, they're moving to Grey Highlands, they're moving to Oro-Medonte and Springwater. So these kids are catching on, learning about the environment, and then be able to take it to the rest of the watershed as they age and grow up and return to the communities after university. So I think that's an important feature. Next slide, please. Our stewardship and restoration program is really, we're very, very proud of. And across the whole watershed, we receive $150,000 in levy funding from all 18 municipalities through this program. And last year, our spend was very close to $1 million. So what does that tell you? It tells you that we're raising a lot of money outside of the levy funding that we receive from our municipal partners. When we look at our budget, only 1% of our budget comes from the province of Ontario. And when we look at source water protection for our budget, it was cut in half a few years ago and now we only get $97,000. We lost $97,000 of funding for one of those core programs. So we rely very strategically on finding other sources of income. And I think that's important to note. These restoration projects we've been working on primarily have been down at the south end of the watershed, working in the Agilitas Basin in the lower river of the Nottawasaga Valley. I was down when we had a day of appreciation for the work that had been done, and we had sponsors there from the Trillium Organization and from Cabela's Bass Pro Shop. Pretty cool to see Chinook salmon spawning that far down from Georgian Bay. And it's important to note that, you know, you have that beautiful basin of Lake Simcoe right in your backyards, Georgian Bay over to the northwestern corner. But the Great Lakes provides a $7 billion fishery. And when those anglers are in our area enjoying our lakes and rivers, they're spending money in our communities. So it's important that we work together with Lake Simcoe and SSEA and ourselves to really keep these rivers pristine and clean. And I'm very proud of the work that Fred Dobbs and his team have accomplished in 2022 and will continue to do in the future. Next slide, please. In our forestry program, we are blessed to have a gentleman that's been involved in our program for over 20 years. Last year, he planted with his team over 115,000 seedlings on 23 properties across the watershed. They created 61 acres of new forests, and they also provided 2.84 kilometers of windbreaks. And to give you an idea of what this means over a career, Rick has planted over 2 million trees in his career with the NVCA. So he administers our program. And the important thing to note about the forestry program is we're not using class 1 or class 2 or class 3 agricultural land. We're using the marginal land. We're using class 6 or 7 rated agricultural lands that are maybe fallow, and farmers are looking for an ability to put it into a managed forest program, recoup a tax benefit for it, and grow that forest for a period of time. You know, the numbers change drastically over time and they fluctuate, but at one point you could compare a corn soybean rotation to a managed forest rotation, and over a 40-year period, the output costs were almost the same for the managed forest as they were for the cash crop situation, and the revenues are almost balancing as well. So it's a decision that it's personal, that a homeowner makes a decision to turn land back into forest. But I think it's very important. We also go back and we evaluate our forest plantings over a 3-year time period, so we can account for how many trees were planted, what their survival rate was, and when they get to free to grow where they can outcompete in the forest on their own, we can start to tell you how much carbon they're sequestering and what they're doing for our environment. So it's got that climate change piece as well. As I talked a little bit about the managed forest programs, we worked on over 35 landowners' properties to provide managed forest plans in 2022. Next slide, please. Flood management is one of the core aspects of our work. This year, we'll be working on delivering a ice hazard management plan. It will be delivered for 2024. Our lead engineer, senior engineer, Mark Hartley, has been working on that and will continue to work on that. We do monitoring across the entire watershed. We have data loggers in many of our river systems, which we can address and get a look at. If you recall back to 2017, that overnight flood that happened in the summer down in the Allison Basin, you might remember seeing pictures in the paper of migrant workers with farm owners standing in fields waist high in water, holding 2-foot-long carp swimming across their potato crop. You know, we have to understand that we're not just getting that spring runoff where the ice breaks up and we get some flooding happen. We're getting rain events throughout the entire year. We're getting rain events in winter. We're getting snow accumulation. We're getting snow melt at odd times. So we really do have to have a good understanding of how we can provide a place for infrastructure to be placed where it can be safe and it can live on in perpetuity. You know, it'd be nice to be able to transfer these homes to sons and daughters or grandchildren rather than putting them in harm's way in erosion hazards or in floodways. So the flood management program becomes a very important part of the work that we do for you. Next slide, please. Planning and development work, Rob talked about all of the changes, you know, Bill 23, 108, 109, Schedule 6 from 229. It's been coming at us hard and heavy for the last number of years. We've worked quite closely with our planning departments and have had a very open line of communication. On the Bill 23 piece, we've provided information to our municipal partners, and we're available if your planning staff would have any more questions or wishes to ask more questions about Bill 109 or Bill 23. We're currently right now changing some information that we have on our website, and it will be updated in the next week or two on really what is it, the implications of this, and what is the work that we continue to do. I think that's important. It's tough when you're in a situation in the planning development. We also have the regulations piece, and we adhere to a number of acts. And unfortunately, conservation authorities are put in a place where they're in a position to sometimes say no to people. And that's challenging. And I know as municipal councillors, you'll have constituents contact you and say, well, we're waiting a long time. We're not getting the answers we wanted. And they're looking at us through maybe a little jaded eyes. It's tough. We really want to see people build their dream place and create the property that they want to have to pass on to their children. But we want to make sure it's done in a safe and harmless way. Our planning and regulations department has seen an increase of over 75% in permitting, in regulations, and we're doing it with the same staff. So we're currently right now working with Watson Associates, and I'm sure your municipality has worked with Watson Associates over the years to do some type of data evaluation for you. And we're looking at our costs and our services and how we can improve the delivery of our services. Do we need more staff? Do we have too many staff? We're really asking the hard questions and looking at that. You realize that the legislation just recently passed has restrained or locked in costs for all of our billing, for every aspect of billing that we provide for the municipal partners for the fiscal year of 2023. So there's been no changes to our fees, and we had made changes to our fees at year end and put a modest cost of living increase to our fees, and that was reported to all of our members. We are looking at the Calc report right now, and our mid-year reporting was at 96% on a 90-day turnaround, and it dropped down to 95.6 at year end. So we're happy to see how that's working. We are also monitoring it for a 60-year turnaround cycle, trying to really see if we can get these permits out. And it makes a slight drop of almost 10% down to about 88% in meeting the calculation requirement. Next slide, please. Conservation lands, we own several properties across the area. In the history of the NGC, they've never purchased a property. The properties have been tied to them by landowners, or they've been parcels that have been donated to the authority through developers on areas maybe they couldn't develop that might be better positioned to transition on a border of a green space, to the border of a wetland, the edge of a forested area. We've worked through that. The new legislation is asking us to create an inventory of lands that we own so we can identify if there are buildable lots and spaces on Conservation Authority properties, which we don't really believe we have a lot of those, but that will all come out when we finish our program of inventories for 2024. And we're also doing a procurement and a dispersal strategy for lands as we do sell or we do purchase, so we'll have that there. I really think that these changes that the legislation has brought with it, the regulations pieces, will offer our municipal partners even more transparency than we have. And I think that's a good thing. And to be accountable and provide hard numbers for everyone, I think it's important. We're responsible to our funders, and the municipal partners are our biggest funder. So we're working hard on doing that, and hopefully we can make it all work. Next slide, please. I'm going to turn it over to Cheryl right now, if I could, and she's going to talk to you about some of the focus we have for 2023 looking forward, and then take you through some numbers in our budget. So it's been my pleasure to be with you today, and when the presentation is done, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Go ahead, Cheryl.
Thank you, Doug, and to council through the mayor. I just wanted to make sure you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. So as we look forward into 2023, Doug has already spoken a lot about the MOUs and the new budget formatting that's going to occur. So we're going to be spending a lot of time with that. We're also going to continue following Bill 23 and any subsequent EROs to monitor those impacts. Again, Doug spoke to most of this already with our integrated watershed management strategic plan implementations, and continue to work diligently to improve our client service and accountability and increase the speed of approvals, which, as Doug already spoke to as well, are doing quite well. Next slide, please. So our 2023 budget is for the Oro-Medonte portion. We are asking for a $9,645 increase. over 2022, which does bring to $205,764. Next slide, please. So we leverage your funds. Doug spoke quickly about that in our stewardship slide and how they take the $150,000 that they get allocated and turn that into almost $1 million. So that's kind of what our organization does as a whole. So Oro-Medonte would invest $205,000. Other municipalities would contribute their levy as well. We get that tiny 1% from the province, and then we get some federal grants whenever we're able to apply for them, and then other grants, whether they're provincial, municipal, private sector. And then we also have the NVCA's user fees that allow us to come up with a $5.687 million budget. Next slide, please. So we're very cognizant of the impact on our residents and what our levy impact is. So if you look at the 2023 budget, we are looking at about a 59-cent per resident increase for the year, coming up to $13.62 per resident. And next slide, please. And our asset management. So we have an asset management plan that we've had in place now for, I believe, about 5 years. And Oro-Medonte's contribution last year was $10,193. The approved asset management plan for 2023 has come in at $9,014 for Oro-Medonte. That is a decrease, which we're excited about. It's due to a couple of reasons. One is CVA adjustment, which we have no control over, but also a lot of it is related to savings that staff have found in capital purchases, or the delay in having to purchase some of these equipments due to whether it's COVID. For example, vehicles, we haven't had to purchase a new vehicle in a few years because our vehicles weren't being used as much during COVID. So we've had some savings in there, which is nice to see. Some of our scheduled capital projects for this year, I should say. Sorry, I'm used to doing budget presentations for the next year. Dike safety review for our Pretty River Dike up in Collingwood, along with a dam safety review of the Tiffin Conservation Area dams. And then we have some maintenance that needs to be completed at the new Lowell Dam as per the dam safety review that was done there. We also have parts replacement on some flood and monitoring equipment to extend the life, as well as the replacement of some end-of-life equipment. One of them is a tractor. And then as every year, we have some computers and server upgrades and network hardware. We have these on a pretty good 5-year cycle to try and keep costs pretty consistent within our IT department year over year. Next slide, please. So the total 2023 request from Oro-Medonte does come to $214,778. As you can see, that's the operating levy and the asset management. So the total increase would be $8,466 year over year. Next slide, please. And that's it. So if there's any questions, Doug and I would be happy to answer them.
Members of council, do I see any questions? Councillor Young?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Question directed to Mr. Heavener. Just listening to you, Mr. Heavener, you've indicated that, stated that one of the mandates is keep the rivers pristine and clean. Your words, what are your thoughts of dumping chemically treated effluent into the Coldwater River? As you know, there's a developer's proposal to bring a sewer pipeline along Horseshoe Valley Road down the 6th line and dumping the effluent into the pristine Coldwater River. Excuse me, as you know, where the salmon are spawning, and it is a cold river, and the fluid coming out of there, as my understanding, is warmer than the Coldwater River. And I was talking to a scientist, actually a former OPP officer up in Oro-Medonte there, and she indicated anytime you introduce a foreign body, like a chemical, into a body, it changes the ecosystem dramatically. So what are your thoughts about dumping chemically treated effluent into the cold water, and the Cole report refers to it as water. It's not treated water, I believe was the wording, but it's actually treated effluent. Just your thoughts.
Well, thank you very much for your question, Councillor Young, and through the mayor, if I may respond. I'm not very supportive of that situation from any fashion whatsoever. We work with the DFO and MECP, if that were the case, to look at that situation. But in cold water streams, the important part is temperature fluctuation. It's managing the runoff that comes into the river, regardless of whether it's chemically loaded or not. So we're trying to maintain those riparian buffers. That's why we're looking at tree planting in areas to create even larger buffers around those areas. We're looking at erosion hazards and trying to protect them. So it's when that soil, not only water coming in, but when the soils come into the water, they warm the waters, they change the chemical makeup of the water. So it all goes hand in hand, and it plays out over the entire watershed. If we look at the escarpment situation, over time there's been a lot of on-stream ponds delivered onto properties there, and that warms the water up tremendously. And as it runs out of the drain area of their pond and back into the estuaries and down into the river system, it increases the temperature. And it could change a salmonoid or trout river to a bass horned eighth water area. So, a very good question, Councillor Young, and I don't think the NBC would be too supportive of that, but we'd have to work with the partners that are the maintainers of that aspect.
Okay, thank you. And supplemental, Councillor Young?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Excuse me. Are you aware of the fact that the NVCA has approved that dumping of treated effluent into the cold water? However, it sounds like you're not that familiar with it, but in fact, the report was provided, allowing or sanctioning the dumping of that effluent into the cold water river at the 6th Line and Ingram Road. To hear you, you're not in favor of it, as I hear you answering my question.
I'm speaking as an angler, not as the CAO of the organization. If we've approved it to the standard of the province of Ontario through the source water protection aspect of how things would work. So if you would require more information on it, I'd be happy to deliver you more information on it. But at this time, I can't speak to the specifics of that situation, Councillor Young.
Okay, CAO Dunn has a card up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I could just bring some clarity to both Mr. Hevner's response and the query from Councillor Young. Councillor Young, the study that you're referring to was a master planning study. The next phase is a very comprehensive undertaking of a class environmental assessment. That was the first couple of steps in that process. So conceptually, that was identified in the master plan. Significant work should an outlet be identified that was an option in the master plan study. Significant work with, as Mr. Hevner knows, a number of weigh-ins through a class environmental assessment process. I just wanted to make sure, Councillor Young, I interpreted that your understanding was that that decision was further along in the process other than from a master planning perspective versus the class environmental assessment work that would need to be done.
Yes, Councillor Young.
Just a response to the CAO. I read that letter from the minister, and they waived environmental assessments, if I remember correctly. I remember there's a number of citizens here that opposed it, as you can well imagine. That's part of a heritage river. It's been there since the glacial melts, perhaps, and it is pristine. But I know exactly what you're talking. I don't know if you. I can only assume you've seen that letter from the minister that waived those studies that would normally be required.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just follow up to Councillor Young, happy to bring that back before all of Council for clarity. I believe Councillor Young is referring to what was referred to as a bump-up request from a number of concerned individuals on a master planning study. That was not an environmental assessment. Happy to provide a briefing document to council to lay that out so that there's a little better clarity on what was done, where we are, what that response from the ministry was, and where things would need to go should that be actioned with an environmental assessment undertaking.
Thank you for that clarity, CAO Dunn. Any other questions, Mr. Young?
Just a comment. I'm clear what has been done and on that matter.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from members of council? Seeing none, Mr. Hefner and Ms. Flanagan, I want to thank you very much for your informative presentation. And as I've stated to all the other presenters, we'll definitely be back speaking with you once we ratify our budget.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And if I may, if you're inviting Rob up to speak about the changes to the CA Act, we would be happy to participate in that. When we've worked with other municipalities where we have joint CAs or environmental agencies involved, we've tried to get together and make a one presentation delivery where we can have all the parties there to discuss and provide information. So that would be a great opportunity. We'd be happy to provide.
Perfect. No, I feel bad, and I know quite often the CAs get kind of put out there as the whipping pole at times of why things aren't moving as quickly. But you know, as I've spoken with Rob, and I know your organization has made significant improvements on cycling back permits, and I think a lot of times what it happens is, you know, people fill out things and don't realize that they haven't filled out the application 100% correctly, and it kind of gets put in a bit of a loop. So I think, as I've spoken with Mr. Baldwin, the big thing is if there can be a quick, brief overview of applications when they come in, so that if there is information retaining, it's immediately flipped back to the applicants to correct or complete properly, so that we can move it into the pipeline. So. Appreciate everything you and the other authorities have done, and look forward to working again with you further in the upcoming term.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Yes, Cal.
I just want to comment, for those watching, I've spoken to Ms. Jacoby regards to this proposed developer pipeline, and she's indicated that nothing's on the while it's on the board somewhat, so to speak, nothing is going to happen before 5 years occurs for budgetary reasons. So nothing's going to happen for the next 5 years for those that are concerned, and just heard me speak about it.
I guess I just need some clarity. Nothing's going to happen in 5 years.
In terms of construction, that's my understanding from Ms. Jacoby. She's available to speak to that now.
No,
Mr. Mayor, if I could please, Ms. Jacoby, could you provide clarity again, Councillor Young, thank you for that. Perhaps some people were thinking that this was imminent. A decision was rendered regarding a master plan. Michelle, could you talk about the concept that was approved, and to Councillor Young's most recent comment with respect to the next steps that would be required? Just for clarity, I think that would be helpful for all members of council and anyone listening in the community.
Certainly, through the mayor. What Councillor Young is referring to is called the Horseshoe Craighurst Master Plan Study. There's a dedicated landing page on the township website for this particular study. So it ultimately provided some recommendations for solutions for servicing and a potential solution, a preferred solution for wastewater in Horseshoe Valley and a new outfall to the Coldwater River. Again, this was a recommendation for a long-term build out. It was identified as a recommended preferred solution. However, as Mr. Dunn had indicated, the study evaluated solutions for long-term servicing, but significant work is required moving forward. Locations need to be cited, engineering studies need to be completed, and there is no line item in the 5-year capital budget at this point for any work related to wastewater servicing in Horseshoe Valley.
Thank you very much, Michelle. I want to thank both CEO Dunn and Michelle for bringing clarity to it, and also Councillor Young for bringing this issue forward. I think that's healthy conversation. And with that said, Mr. Hefner, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. So I don't see any other questions, but I do want to thank you for all your work, and I want to thank you also for answering the questions and bringing the presentation forward, as well as Ms. Flanagan. So thank you, and we will definitely circle back once we've ratified our budgets.
Okay. Thanks very much. Have a great day.
Thank you. Okay, so that now brings us to Linda Chan and Sylvia Stark. If Linda Chan's the Vice President of the Oro-Medonte Chamber of Commerce and Tourism, and Sylvia Stark is the Executive Director. If you'd like to come forward and make your presentation, thank you very much.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of the council and viewers as well out there. I won't be saying too much. I'll be handing it right over to Sylvia. Many of you are familiar with her and the tremendous work that she does. We really do appreciate the opportunity to come and not only speak today, but we often work together, as she's going to highlight, with the council. It's been a joy to do that, and we look forward to working with you together moving forward. If anything, the short bit of presentations that I've seen today really underscore the scope of breadth and width of what's going on in Oro-Medonte, as well as the things that you have to work through. It's certainly been an intensive day for you, and so we think you'll enjoy this presentation as well, which highlights a different aspect of Oro-Medonte and what we do. So without any more ado, here's Sylvia.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Stark, are you starting with a video?
No, the video is actually number 14, I believe.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Greenlaw and Deputy Mayor Lavoie and Council. I am Sylvia Stark, the Executive Director of the Oro-Medonte Chamber of Commerce and Tourism, and I've held that position for the past 19 months. I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to you on behalf of the Oro-Medonte Chamber of Commerce and Tourism Board of Directors, and I would like to thank the Township for their support in the past for the Chamber. Next slide, please. Oro-Medonte Chamber of Commerce and Tourism membership is for businesses and organizations in and around Oro-Medonte. We as well have Barrie and Aurelia businesses. And our slogan is, a membership is an investment in you, your business, and your community. Each month we hold Business After 6 networking events at one of our local chamber businesses. They become the host. It's an opportunity for members to meet, tell us what's happening in their business, perhaps collaborate with another business, and enjoy great food and drink. Next slide, please. The Chamber membership has grown from 56 members to close to 300 members in the past 19 months. 75% of our members are local businesses right here in Oro-Medonte. Our social media channels have grown over 40 times in followers. Next slide, please. The Chamber membership has, the Oro-Medonte Chamber of Commerce is a not-for-profit, member-driven association run by a volunteer board of directors and at this time, one staff member. We represent a diverse business community from agriculture, manufacturing, industrial, service and trades, to eco and agritourism, retail, restaurants, accommodations, and sports and rec. Next slide, please. We advocate and enhance promotion awareness for our business community, including producing events to bring the community together. We also promote our other community events happening throughout Oro-Medonte. Around the world, tourism is a lifeline for rural communities, providing jobs, supporting rural businesses, and protecting natural and cultural heritage. Next slide, please. In 2022, we introduced a mascot, a brown alpaca called Monty, with the slogan, Monty, Oro-Medonte's alpaca. As you can see, Monty became a very popular guy, becoming the star of our media campaign, including TV commercials, radio ads, with billboards on Highway 11 and 12, welcoming people to Oro-Medonte. He also has appeared at local businesses and local schools, and even surrounding cities have had him appear on appearances with our hashtag Shop with Monty in Oro-Medonte. Next slide, please. We produced the Oro-Medonte Business of Excellence Awards, recognizing our local businesses who have made an impact for the economy in Oro-Medonte, including Business of the Year, Employer of the Year. We asked the community to nominate and tell us why they feel businesses should be recognized, and we are taking nominations at this time. Next slide, please. In 2021, we introduced the Oro-Medonte Farmers Market, something our residents wanted, with all the pandemic protocols in place. We are proud to say our produce comes from Oro-Medonte farms, grown fresh right here in Oro-Medonte. We pride ourselves in having 80% of our vendors from Oro-Medonte. Now going into our third year, we welcome people on opening day, which is Canada Day, each season with over 2,000 visitors on that day, and we continue each Thursday so people can come and support local, shop local, with over 35 to 40 vendors each week, from bakery, local lavender, honey, maple syrup, and flowers, to name a few. Our market closes the season with a large market on Thanksgiving weekend, again with over 2,000 people. There's entertainment, and people can come and enjoy the dinner with our time slot of 2 to 7. Our weekly attendance is between 300 to 500 people. We are known as the friendly market, where each and every customer is welcomed as they come into the Oro Fairgrounds. Next slide, please. In 2021, we introduced Mystical Lights Drive-Through in partnership with the Oro Agricultural Society at the Oro Fairgrounds for the month of December, in the middle of a COVID lockdown. We had over 10,000 visitors come through those gates. In 2022, we were able to place over 50,000 lights through the fairgrounds with the assistance of an RTO7 tourism grant. Again, another successful year, which brought people from as far away as Pefferlaw, Parry Sound, the GTA, Orangeville, St. Catharines, and Oshawa, to name a few. The media campaign included billboards, TV commercials, mobile campaigns, and print ads. There was news articles about Oro-Medonte Mystical Lights across Ontario. Next slide, please. Community spirit was strong with Mystical Lights, bringing together businesses and organizations to create their own displays, wishing people a happy holiday. Next slide, please. In 2022, we brought back the Oro-Medonte map, highlighting all the great places to visit in Oro-Medonte with ads for our local businesses. In the future, we would like to have Welcome to Oro-Medonte boards throughout the township, like Bayview Memorial Park and our ski hills, to invite people to stop and stay while supporting and shopping local. We will be bringing back a handbook visitor directory listing all chamber members in print and online, as well as highlighting local businesses, heritage, including the Quilt Trail, and tourist events. Next slide, please. Oro-Medonte is the largest township in Simcoe County, with the longest shoreline of Lake Simcoe. We are a four-season destination where people want to live, work, and play in our sandbox. Why not? We have 7 golf courses, 2 alpine ski resorts, a winery, a brewery, Nordic skiing, mountain biking, and a Nordic spa, along with unique boutique shopping experiences, restaurants, and unique accommodations, and apparently the best burgers than the establishment up the highway. Next slide, please. In the past 18 months, we have received $165,800 in grants, including a marketing campaign to showcase the Oro-Medonte brand from a Shop Local, Support Local campaign, including the Oro-Medonte Farmers Market and Mystical Lights. All brings locals and visitors alike to support our businesses. We feel it's important to bring recognition to the Oro-Medonte brand. Next slide, please. This is the video.
Monty, Oro-Medonte's favorite alpaca. I was just thinking about all the amazing places to shop in Oro-Medonte. They've got fabulous recreational and all-terrain vehicles, a chocolate factory, home decor and furnishings, the latest computers and tech, or maybe you're outdoorsy like me. Whatever your fancy, you'll be sure to tickle it here. So come shop and support local with me, Monty, in Oro-Medonte.
Thank you. Next slide, please. We will be holding the very first Oro-Medonte Career Expo and Trade Show. Our businesses are challenged in finding qualified skilled workers. There will be presentations and opportunities for people looking for jobs to leave resumes and apply for openings. An opportunity to showcase the Oro-Medonte brand once again, which it shows what is made right here in Oro-Medonte with the hashtag Oro-Medonte Proud. Next slide, please. 50% of our businesses in Oro-Medonte are in the tourism sector, whether searching for sports and rec or shopping experience to dining and a casual hike. We have the beautiful nature with the Copeland Forest, Ganaraska Trail, and the Rail Trail. Next slide, please. Agritourism is a large part of our township, from locally grown lavender, honey, maple syrup, flower farm, cheese, equestrian farms, and even a micro dairy goat farm coming soon. Other farms include dairy, chicken, beef, cash crops. Oro-Medonte is even home to Santa's reindeer in the winter when they're on vacation. Next slide, please. Manufacturing is an important sector in our membership and in our township. People have no idea what's made right here in Oro-Medonte. We make trucks here for the mines. We make face shields that were delivered around the world during the pandemic. We make construction parts that are sold around the world as well. That's why we are Oro-Medonte proud. Next slide, please. Oro-Medonte is rich in heritage with, of course, our African church as our national historic site and the Shanty Bay St. Thomas Church to the Sir Samuel Steele Monument, to plaques throughout our township telling the story of our heritage. The Chamber would like to help create a heritage trail, including the barn quilts. There are many right here in Oro-Medonte. They all have a story to tell of the heritage of our farms that are run by families for generations. Next slide, please. The Chamber's vision for the future is to have a welcome center on Highway 11 to welcome and invite visitors to stop, take a break, and learn about our township. Whether it be to learn our heritage, stop and dine, bike one of our trails, or shop in one of our boutique shops, or even visit Monty and friends at our alpaca farm. We are a four-season destination. We want people to see why we are Oro-Medonte proud and come stay, play, and live here. Next slide, please. The Oro-Medonte Chamber of Commerce and Tourism works closely with the township, but we are two separate entities. Our partnership with the township is important. As the executive director, I sit on the Economic Roundtable Committee and also sit on the Tourism Action Plan Committee. We would like to ask the township to continue to support the Chamber of Commerce and Tourism with an ask of $15,000 in 2023, the same ask that we had in 2022, as well as an in-kind partnership for the use of the Oro Arena for our upcoming trade show in April, and the use of moving the Oro-Medonte Farmers Market to the Oro-Medonte Arena and grounds. At this time, I would like to thank Mayor Greenlaw and Deputy Mayor Lavoie and Council and the staff of the township for their time today. And if you have any questions of myself or Linda, we would be happy to answer them at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Stark. Council members, any questions at this time? Seeing none, I would like, sorry, Councillor Schell.
Not a question, but a statement. I like the idea of the information rest center. While I was traveling in Australia, they had them all along the highways every so often, and they were manned by volunteers from the communities to encourage people to get off the highway, take a break, because anytime there was an accident on the highway in that community, the volunteer fire department had to get out and take care of it and deal with it. So, good idea.
Thank you. Any other, oh, sorry, Councillor Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Thanks for a great presentation. I got to meet Monty this summer and he's awesome. And congratulations on the uptick in your membership growth. That's just phenomenal. So well done. I have a question about the farmers market. So just so I can understand, you're looking to move it from the fairgrounds to the arena grounds? Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. And the reasoning behind it is we are running into problems with the weather for our vendors. There's no inside space that we can use at the fairgrounds. So a lot of our vendors, their product is getting ruined with the wind, the rain, their tents are being torn apart. It's a very windy place at the fairgrounds. So we understand that vendors don't want their product damaged. And we're also looking for a bit more traffic. People from the lake side of Oro-Medonte said, oh, we didn't really know the market was there, even though we have TV commercials and other marketing campaigns for it. So we're just looking to move it to a larger space where we can have an indoor space to protect the vendors' products.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions at this time? Well, Ms. Stark, and I want to thank both of you for a great presentation, and I do want to commend you on the amazing effort and improvements you've made with the chamber over the last, as you say, 18 months. It seems longer than that. Sometimes I'm sure for you it seems like
the last month it is.
Yeah, but I really do want to commend you on the great work the chamber's done, and look forward to the great work in the future. Thank you for your time. So if everyone is still comfortable, and I'm going to say that's a yes because we're on our last presentation. So if Chris Paulville would like to come forward, and I thank you for your patience being the last presentation. I know you've been sitting there for a while, but Chris is the director of the Orillia and Lake Country Tourism, and we've dealt with him over a number of years, so you're not an unfamiliar face, but as you can see, it's quite a lot of changes or different faces around the table. So
absolutely, yeah.
Look forward to your presentation and hopefully educating us all on what you have in line for the upcoming year.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor and Council, and it's great to be here in person again after a 3-year hiatus. I feel like it's always better done face to face, and nice to meet new councillors and put faces to names. Again, my name is Chris Pavel. I'm the Executive Director of Orillia and Lake Country Tourism and also a proud resident of Old Sugarbush, where I'm raising 2 young children with my wife. On behalf of the staff and Board of Directors, I want to thank the Township of Oro-Medonte for your support. This support has spanned more than 20 years. After a few difficult years, for many of our operators, we look forward to this coming year with a sense of optimism and normalcy. Although we undertake a wide variety of marketing and experience development initiatives throughout the Lake Country region, the 5 municipalities we support, today I wanted to provide an overview of some of those that relate directly to Oro-Medonte. First, a little background on our organization, and if I could get the next slide up. So over the past year and a half, we went through a strategic planning exercise with our board and a number of partners, including municipal partners and business partners. And our mission is, Orillia and Lake Country works with tourism partners to create and promote authentic experiences that encourage visitors to explore often and stay longer, resulting in a lifetime of memories and a robust local economy. Our core objectives: strengthening partnerships and collaborations. I can't think of a better partnership than that we do have with our municipal colleagues here in Oro-Medonte, as well as with the Chamber of Commerce and many businesses throughout the township, delivering and promoting strategic marketing campaigns, creating and supporting exemplary visitor experiences, and generate new and leverage existing funding. basically your municipal support is the foundation, and from that foundation, we can then, operate, market, and then leverage funding through many of the same sources as actually Sylvia mentioned earlier, including RTO 7, Tourism Simcoe County, the Tourism Relief Fund, etc. Next slide, please. So what we do a lot of number crunching because by analyzing your numbers, those tell a story and then those formulate your marketing plans. So just looking at 2022, our website, aurelialakecountry.ca, we had close to 600,000 page views, and this is above 2021, not surprisingly, because 2021 we still have restrictions, and getting close to where we were in what we would have considered our last normal year, 2019. The geolocation from our visitors, number 1, Toronto, number 2, Mississauga, number 3, Aurelia, and actually Barrie's number 5. Many of our residents here, our IP addresses are either connected to Aurelia or Barrie, but what that signifies is we're not only a resource for bringing people here and serving, attracting them. That's what we like to do. We invite people here, but we're also a resource for the people who live here to tell them the story of what is happening here in the region. We have the official Tourism Oro-Medonte page on our website, so all our municipalities have their own sections because it's important to tell that story of our municipalities specifically. And as you can see, the page views for, that's just the home page for Oro-Medonte Tourism was up considerably. Again, a number of factors. It was more of a normal year, but also we put a lot more financial resources behind promoting these pages because we had more to promote. Next slide, please. So this is just an example of some of the pages, Oro-Medonte specific pages that we have on our website. We put up a lot of blogs, and this is really working in collaboration with Jen Whitley and her department. They source a lot of the blogs, pass them over to us. We put them up on our website, and then we promote them through social media. So just kind of a snapshot of the page views of sort of a cross-section of Oro-Medonte pages. I mentioned that homepage, Tourism Oro-Medonte, and then it goes down through everything through blogs and accommodation, etc. Next slide, please. Social media. So we're very active on social media. We know that so many people out there today, this is how they find their information. This is when they're searching a destination or if they're already a resident, look for that information. So our following on social media continues to grow, and we surpassed 15,000 followers on Facebook. Seldom a day goes by when we're not posting on Facebook and Instagram, and we make all efforts to highlight and share what's happening in our region, basically in real time, by sharing and telling the story. We boost our posts to make sure they gain maximum traction, and thus our engagement levels are very high. As is the reality today with social media, you have to pay to play. So we put our resources behind through ads and boosts to get these as many eyes on our Facebook and Instagram posts. And if you just look at this one here, the trees of Craighurst, great engagement, a lot of likes, lots of shares. So we're always keeping abreast of the latest trends in social media. Our staff is, and adapting to make sure that that reflects on what we're putting out there and on what platforms. Next slide, please. So primarily our advertising is through digital means, but we still see the value in a visitor guide. This is relatively hot off the presses. It is our 2023 visitor guide, which I would like to share with you after, and that tells many stories of what's happening here in the region. It's a place for our businesses to advertise as well, and rest assured there is a lot of Oro-Medonte content included in it throughout the seasons. We know summer's busy here already, so often our focus is on those shoulder seasons. As you can see here, we're talking about winter recreation as well as some, on the cultural side of things. Participation in programs, we run two prominent programs. One is Tap into Maple that is happening right now, and it's all about promoting everything maple. We have 21 participants, 10 are from Oro-Medonte, and I'm happy to say that once again this year we could offer this free of charge to our businesses. We know the last couple of years have been really difficult for our businesses, so it's a way we give back, and we can finance that through other means. So that's happening right now, and I encourage all of you to sort of embrace all things maple. You don't have to go far around here to find that. Next slide, please. So we work with media and influencers as well. We always vet them, make sure they're the right fit on who we bring here. And of course, we want to make sure that we get our bang for our buck, as you know, to reach their audience. So a few examples here. We had Explore Ontario here, and we had Jamar McNeil from Chum FM. And perhaps the one with the greatest reach was, along with the township staff and myself and Destination Ontario, we facilitated the visit by a freelance writer who was writing an article for the Globe and Mail, and this got, you know, cross-country coverage, and the article was the 10 best undiscovered, under-the-radar places to visit, and Oro-Medonte rightfully was included in that. And those are just some, you know, examples of sort of the deliverables from their visits. Next slide, please. Additional support, as I mentioned earlier, we leverage. We receive money from the Aurelia Municipal Accommodation Tax, 30% of that which is spent outside of Aurelia. It's part of our agreement. Aurelia realizes that a lot of people come to Aurelia because of what's around Aurelia, so that allows us to promote Oro-Medonte, Severn as well. So through some of the municipal accommodation tax, we were able to support additional rail funding for the rail trail. This is a project that's going to be, it's going to happen this year. So again, you know, cycling is very important to the region, and we promote cycling. We also promote fishing. This is sort of part of our product development initiatives. So we added a sign at Bass Lake, an informational sign. We provided 3 bicycle racks to the municipality. This came through the Tourism Relief Fund. Again, enhancing the cycling experience. Next slide, please. Video and photo development. We're always working very closely with the township to make sure we have that library of assets of throughout the seasons of what we have to offer. Then these materials can be used in marketing. They're shared with our businesses. So this is a collaborative effort here, $1,500 that we supported, and then the Hardwood Nationals, $1,500 for videos to promote this premier event that did bring a lot of people to the region. Next slide, please. So here's just a few words from our business partners, and they're further elaborated within the package that you received. But you know, arguably this is the best part of my job, is to work with our businesses. This is who we are here to serve. And some of these relationships go back 20 years. Some of them are new relationships that are being built. And often it is the new businesses that need our support the most. But also, a lot of our businesses, they're owner operated. They don't always have time to market because they're busy sort of manning the station. So by us supporting them through our marketing initiatives, that benefits their businesses. Next slide, please. So looking forward, we request a continued support in the amount of $20K for 2023. This amount has stayed the same since 2015. As I mentioned before, this is the financial foundation for our organization. This is an investment in economic development, but I just want to reassure you that economic development that takes into consideration what is important
to Oro-Medonte and residents of Oro-Medonte, such as myself, to maintain the rural character, make sure it's sustainable, because we have a quality of life here that we do not want compromised, but at the same time, we want to support our agritourism businesses, our wellness businesses, food and hospitality, and as Sylvia mentioned, agritourism, which is such a burgeoning and sought after experience and activity these days. Next slide. That's it for me. I thank you. I look forward to collaborating with you moving forward. I forgot to mention that Sylvia over here in the chamber is a trusted partner, and so is Jen Whitley and the Economic Development team. Look forward to having Robert on our board moving forward. We're all about collaboration, because together we will succeed and get to where we want to go. So happy to have any questions.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Chris. Questions from members of council? Laurie? Sorry, Councillor Hutchinson.
He's the one with all the questions today. Through you, Mayor Greenlaw, since we have both the COC here and yourself, how can we be assured there's not duplication of effort between your two organizations?
Excellent question. For one, we meet monthly, the two of us and Jen Whitley. That's something that she has organized as part of Team Oro-Medonte. And although we work for the same goals, we kind of have our own lanes. We collaborate, but rest assured that we will not spend money on sort of the same initiatives. We're more focused on the marketing, on a sort of bringing people here, and also that product development, largely centered around outdoor recreation and so forth. So we're always communicating, and we know what the other entity is doing. And then often we'll just pool our money. If there's something that we're all in agreement with and we want to support, three's better than one. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Schell.
Through you, Mayor Greenlaw, you mentioned of the municipal tax from Aurelia. How does that work? You say 30% of what they give you?
So we get 50% of the municipal accommodation tax that Aurelia receives through that 4% tax. Through our agreement, 70% of that, through our agreement with the city of Aurelia, we need to spend 70% on, we'll say, Aurelia-specific projects, and 30% can be spent on projects outside of Aurelia within the other Lake Country municipalities.
Okay, and that's an annual, and how does it fluctuate? Like what kind of dollars are they giving? What kind of dollars are they collecting?
Actually, we collect on behalf of the city, and then we give them 50, we keep 50.
Oh, I see.
And last year, the gross was $535,000, and we got 50% of that.
Nice.
Yeah.
So that's a good budget.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
Allowed us to do things we never thought were fathomable a few years ago, to be honest. That extra marketing dollars, yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
CAO Dunn, I see you're primed.
No, Mr. Mayor, I was just waiting if there were any more questions from council. I had a suggestion, sir, but only after you finish questions.
Okay, so you were priming, not primed. Okay, so that's fine. Thank you. I will ask one more time, is there any further questions for Chris? Well, Chris, I want to thank you very much for your presentation, your patience, and I know it as it was for when you, there's a big waiting game before you just get to come up and say your piece. So I appreciate it, and we'll be going into budget deliberations and coming to some sort of solution moving forward for everybody, and trying to support everyone as best as we can.
Well, thank you so much. And my commute's an easy one, just up line 7, so I don't mind staying a little bit longer. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Perfect. Thank you. And then CAO Dunn, I apologize. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, the clerk has a resolution, and then I had a suggestion, sir. Members of council perhaps may wish to take a short bio break. And if that was the case, 1, to hear the resolution from the clerk, 2, to have a bio break, but 3 with consideration of council, addressing item 17 on the agenda and bring that forward right after the break to deal in conjunction with Mr. Shelswell's report. Curtis is standing by. And then we can deal with the other business matters that we need to deal with. So, Mr. Mayor, I'm pretty certain the clerk has a resolution. I believe that some members of council may wish to have a bio break. Some of my colleagues do. And then perhaps consider an adjustment in the sequence of 17 in Mr. Shelswell's report.
Okay, so what we'll do, Madam Clerk, if we have the motion for 8B now, and then we'll take I'm asking, is 5 minutes enough, or do you need more than 5? 7.5 minutes has been requested by an
Do I hear 8?
unidentified individual.
Do I hear 8?
Okay, rounding up again. Going into budgets, I want to remind you people, we got to round down is what we're going to have to do, not up, but anyways. Enough sarcasm. And so, Madam Clerk, may I have the motion for item 8B, please?
Moved by Shell, seconded by Young. Be it resolved that the 2023 budget presentations be received as presented and referred to the 2023 budget deliberations.
Okay. All in favor? That's carried. And we will take a 10-minute break. We'll return at 6:30 sharp, please.
Mr. Mayor, we are live.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there any member of the public present regarding a particular item on the agenda? Madam
No,
Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, I do not believe there is.
Is there anyone from the public registered to speak as part of open forum?
No, there is not.
Okay. So we will jump to item 17A on the agenda. Councillor Hutchison had provided a notice of motion to be considered at this meeting. Councillor Hutchison, would you like to provide any comments? Are there at this time?
Through you, Mayor Greenlaw. No, I believe I spoke to this at the previous meeting, and I will be interested to listen to Mr. Shelswell's report and probably have some commentary after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hutchinson. Is there any members at this point have any comments or questions, or can we go read to Mr. Shelswell? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if we can have the notice of motion put on the floor so that we can hear Mr. Shelswell's
Yes.
report.
Yes, first we'll need a motion for 17A, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so can we have the motion, please, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that staff continue with the current dog tag licensing regime as it is written, that staff complete a cost analysis to determine if adjustments to fees should be introduced to cover current dog management expenses to be presented for consideration in the future, that staff explore the opportunity for a user option to purchase the silicone dog tag, and that staff review opportunity for sales and licenses at Oro-Medonte located veterinary clinics, and that motion number C220706-19 dated July 6, 2022 be rescinded in its entirety.
All in favor? Against? Carried. Now we'll move back to item 11A. Madam Clerk, is Curtis Shelswell present and able to give a report into this matter?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, he is.
Mr.
Thanks,
Shelswell.
Mayor Greenlaw. It's Curtis Shelswell here. So yeah, I'll just quickly go over the report. As I've kind of included in the report, the township took over the services of K9 enforcement in and around 2010. I wasn't here at that time, but I came on scene late 2011. We began tracking occurrences and stats in 2012. So just to kind of give you a few stats in 2012. In 2012, we impounded 43 dogs in that year. Those were all going to the SPCA at the time in Aurelia. We had 375 occurrences related to canines. So barking, dogs at large, just nuisance dogs and complaints like that, kind of bring the 375. 2022, the total impounded dogs is 15. With occurrences only at 140 compared to that 375 back in 2012. So the program through the township has been successful with the enforcement, the education, and the awareness that township staff have brought to residents, as you can see through the numbers. Further, just kind of, we didn't mention the silicone tags in the report. We do have some costing, so it's about $15 per silicone tag. The township's thinking we could buy a small amount, test the waters this year and see if it's successful. And if individuals are wishing to go that route and have that option, we could continue that through the program in 2024. But with that $15, I would suggest maybe a small amount for 2023. They can always be sold throughout the 2024 season as well. But just a small amount to test the water, sorry. As for vendors, in the past, we've gone out to the local convenience stores, done a commissions program where the vendor gets a $2 per tag sold at their vendor. It was very successful, just got very administrative heavy with collections and all that. But again, it was successful, so I'm willing to bring that back. We have spoken with local veterinarians. They've given us a verbal okay that they'd like to revisit that. So that's definitely something we will go back to doing and starting out with the 2 clinics we have here in the municipality. And then if desired, we can reach out to some of the convenience stores in future. As it states in the report, I would like to stick with option 3 if possible, where we maintain our current fee structure and purchasing options, establish an amended fee structure for council's consideration in the fall. The reason for this is we've already sold 733 tags for this season. So it wouldn't be, well, it would be administratively heavy to go back if we raise fees now and either do refunds or vice versa. So looking at it prior to the 2024 season would be ideal for staff here. Further to that, seek a partnership with the local veterinarians as I've discussed, and reach out doing door-to-door sales promotions with our seasonal staff in May when they start, to bring awareness and hopefully can get some of those numbers back up to where they were years ago. As we've heard from some of the presentations, the population's going up, but our dog tag sales have gone down, so we definitely could use a little bit more awareness education.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Mr. Shelswell. Members of council, I'll now open the floor for discussions, comments, or questions. Everyone's sitting there with their cards. Councillor Hutchinson, please go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Greenlaw. First of all, Curtis, thank you very much for the report. It was very helpful, and it solidified in my mind that, for my opinion, is the right thing to do is to maintain the current fee structure versus a lifetime type of licensing program. Because ultimately it would be very nice to see this program cost neutral. You know, and not having non-dog owners somehow supplement dog owners licensing. So, could you confirm for me? I think probably the reason sales are down as well is because of COVID, and you weren't able to partake in the door-to-door sales and education for our community. And if that's the case, I'd certainly support reintroducing the door-to-door education and sales coming this spring and summer when we have some people here that can help out with that.
Through Mayor Greenlaw to Councillor Hutchison, part of it is, yes, COVID, but definitely our trend was going down prior to COVID. So bringing back, and maybe prior to COVID, we weren't doing the door-to-door sales stuff because of staffing. We didn't have, we had a couple students that were busy doing parking and everything else, but this year we should have additional resources through students to be able to do it. So we're hoping to get back to door-to-door sales. But prior to COVID, we started to see sales on the decline. So part of it's the change in buying the tags online. There was a bit more, I guess, reluctancy that way. People didn't want to go to online sales just because maybe security and everything else. But yeah, I mean, some of the vendors definitely, I think that's the reason as well, is we didn't have all those vendors too. So.
Thank you. Councillor Young.
Just one question, Mr. Shelswell. Can you buy them at the administration office here as well?
Through Mayor Greenlaw to Councillor Young, administration office as well as Heartland Kennel are the options there.
Councillor Clark.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Shelswell, Officer Shelswell. I really appreciate your report. I think it was really enlightening for us on council to see the kind of costs. You know, and I fully agree we need to do a reevaluation, as Councillor Hutchinson said, to make sure that non-dog owners aren't subsidizing those who do own dogs.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yeah, I agree with the comments of Councillors Clark and Hutchison, excuse me. I'd also like to reinforce the fact I think that this should be a relatively simple program to operate, and it should be simple in concept. So one dog, one license, 1 year. So I think that, generally speaking, works for me.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, could I have a motion for item 11A, please?
Moved by Hutchison, second by Bard. Be it resolved at DS 2023-018, Curtis Shelswell, Manager, municipal law enforcement / chief municipal law enforcement officer, dog tag licensing be received and adopted. That council directs staff to proceed with option number 3 as outlined within DS 2023-018 in conjunction with the proposed notice of motion.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now, just to be clear, everyone understands option 3 is the one that we are inserting of the 3 options presented, correct? Okay, thank you. All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Now this takes us to 11B. Madam Clerk, do we have a motion for 11B, please?
Moved by Clark, seconded by Lavoie, be it resolved that DS 2023-020, Derek Whitlib, Acting Director of Development Services, rezoning bylaw amendment application 2023 ZBA 01 and consent application 2023 B01 by Carol Ann Emberson, 72 Moonstone Road East be received and adopted. That zoning bylaw amendment application 2023 ZBA 01 by Carol Ann Emberson with respect to lands located at 72 Moonstone Road East be approved to rezone the lands from an agricultural rural zone to a residential one zone, and in an agricultural rural exception 339, and to an agricultural rural exception 339 zone. That the appropriate draft bylaw be brought forward for council's consideration, and that council grant provisional consent to application 2023 B01 by Carol Ann Emberson to permit the creation of a new residential lot having a lot frontage of approximately 43.3 meters, 142 feet, and a lot depth of approximately 51.8 meters, 170 feet, and an area of approximately 0.25 hectares, 0.62 acres, subject to the conditions as outlined in DS 2023-020. That the applicant be advised of council's decision under the Acting Director Development Services signature.
Members of council, the floor is open for discussion. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we'll call a vote. All in favor? Opposed? Is carried. We are now at item 11C. Madam Clerk, I just have, is it Derek that would like to provide comments with respect to the recommendations?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Through you to members of council. The report makes recommendations with respect to selection of 6 members of the public for the Heritage Committee. That was following an interview process, and what I would say a highly successful call for candidates. The response was truly tremendous. I think the other members of the selection committee would concur that we had difficulty in choosing among the quality of the caliber of the candidates that applied. So very happy with the way things turned out, and just wish to thank everybody who applied. Wish we could see that with other committees and recruitment processes, because the response was, like I said, truly tremendous.
Thank you, Derek. Members of council, the floor is open for discussion. Are there any questions or comments? I know Councillor Schell and Councillor Hutchinson did the interviewing process, and the feedback I got was the talent pool was off the chart, which is great to see, and there's so many people interested in serving. Would you like to comment? Would either of you like to provide comment from?
It's my night to talk. Yeah, Mayor Greenlaw and to council and those listening. Yeah, the talent pool was incredible, and it was, as Derek said, it was a difficult decision for us to come to land on the successful candidates. But what I'm personally very thrilled with is the diversity that we have on the panel in age and experience. And I just think that we're going to have a very robust Heritage Committee, and it's been a pleasure to go through the process.
Councillor Schell.
Thank you. I let you go first, Lori, so I could have the last word. No, I concur. It was a very difficult task to make the selections, and to let the public know that all the candidates decided that they would offer their help if they never made it on the panel, and that's really grateful. Thank you very much.
That's fantastic to hear that. That just shows the commitment people have in this township. So, Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, sorry, Councillor. I did have the opportunity to review the resumes, and I was tremendously impressed by the people who did step forward. And I just want to, on behalf of myself, and I think the rest of council, and staff, really just thank everybody for the community service that they came forward with, and hopefully committees like these and other committees can be the place from where future councillors can come, and others who are interested in public service. And once again, thank you so much, and we look forward to those who applied that could serve on other committees as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I think every member of council echoes the comments that my colleagues have shared around the horseshoe. And once again, thank you to everybody who put their foot forward. And we look forward to many more committees that we can engage the public to be a part of to ensure everyone's voice is heard. Madam Clerk, may we have a motion for 11C, please?
Moved by Shell, seconded by Hutchison. Be it resolved that CS 2023-11, Jeanette Teeter, Deputy Clerk, Heritage Committee Public Representative appointments be received and adopted. That the following 6 public members be appointed to the Heritage Committee for the 2022-2026 term of council. Jessica Allen, Robert Bailey, Ruth Fountain, Dorothy Moore, Kayla Thibodeau, and Victoria Veenstra.
I wouldn't know if you got the pronunciation wrong, Madam Clerk, so I would have to say that's correct. Thank you. All in favor? That's carried. Item 12, reports of municipal officers for information only. There are none at this meeting. Item 13, reports of members of council. Are there any updates from members of council as township representatives with our partners or agencies? Seeing none at this time, then we'll move to item 14. Are there any announcements from members of council that they would like to make at this time? I guess the only announcement I would like to bring attention to is the Rugby Hall will be having a Chilean butter tart gathering on the 18th of March. I believe the time is 11 till 1. So I encourage anyone to drop by. They are an amazing little community hall that does a lot of things like they all do. But it's great if you have time to drop in for some chili and a butter tart. I'm sure your support would be appreciated. 11 till 1.
On March the 18th?
Correct. It's a week Saturday. Okay. Consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor.
Oh.
Robin would like.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, just an announcement, please. Members of council commenced receiving budget presentations today, and we will move into higher gear through next week. If I could, Mr. Mayor, there is a 2-day budget deliberation session scheduled for the 14th, starting at 1 p.m. That's a 2-day meeting. I'm not certain that we'll be all night, but we will anticipate picking things up on Wednesday the 15th at 10 a.m. That meeting would adjourn with an anticipation of coming back before council on the 29th. There is planned an open house. That was one of the things that council requested, an open house on the 16th. It will be put in your calendars, members of council. It's anticipated an open house here for an opportunity with any members of the community that may wish to ask questions of staff or of council. Just, it is not a council meeting, Mr. Mayor. It's an open house with presentations. Council is not required to be here, but should members of council avail themselves, it's targeted 4 to 7 p.m. in chambers. There is a regular meeting of council on the 22nd. It'll be a 1 p.m. Start, Mr. Mayor. Anticipating any comments that come out of the 16th, post the deliberations with council on the 14th and 15th, teeing up, are there some things that staff need to be mindful of, as we're before you at 9 a.m. on the 29th to round things out from a budget deliberation perspective. It would be a 9 a.m. start on the 29th. Ms. Morrow is anticipating a distribution of budget background material, electronic distribution to members of council by the end of the day on Friday. And we would start post that short closed session on Tuesday the 14th with a corporate overview and then presentations by members of the senior leadership team through Tuesday and Wednesday. And finally, Mr. Mayor, the process is when we finish presentations on Tuesday, we would upload to the website that material that would have been presented, and similarly on Wednesday, that would afford members of the community that wish to have discussion at that open house. They would have had an opportunity to see the material that would have been presented. Anticipating a fulsome, heavy day on the 29th. It may be an entire day, Mr. Mayor. Depending on direction from council, ratification on the 29th would be the objective. That may require Ms. Morrow to revise budget documentation. So it would be anticipated that ratification would happen on the 29th. That's the objective. But updated documentation would be back before council at the regular meeting of council on April the 12th. If required, if we've not been able to address all those matters during the meeting of the 29th.
Okay, I guess one question, if you could provide a little bit more clarity, and then it will be posted on the website. Is it the 16th where the public open house is?
Correct.
Could you give the times, because I believe we're breaking into 2 sessions, an afternoon session and an evening session?
It may blend, Mr. Mayor. We've spoken from a staff perspective, starting at 4 and concluding at 7. So it is a drop-in. We will have some storyboards, primarily with key projects that would have been presented to council of interest to members of the community, and try and answer questions. I know specifically some of the big lifts in ops and community services, environmental services and fire. There may be additional material that members of council may ask questions of the directors. 4 to 7, spanning a late afternoon and an early evening.
Oh, thank you.
And it will be put in your
calendars.
agendas, Mr. Mayor, members of council.
Thank you. Two brief comments. One is, I would really encourage the public to get out. This is all about us hearing from you, so we can make adjustments and refocus where we're going to go moving forward from a budget perspective. And I would also, nothing's mandatory. I don't give direction to my colleagues, but I would strongly recommend it would be a good thing for all of council to attend. It would be. So anyways, That is all I have to say regarding that. And was there any other announcements anyone cared to make? Seeing none. Okay, so we're on now item 14, Madam Clerk.
15, Mr.
God,
Mayor.
we're really moving along. We are now in consent agenda. Is there any item that the member of council wishes to comment or have pulled for separate discussion and recommendation? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, can we have the motion to accept the consent agenda?
Moved by Young, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that the staff recommendations with respect to the items listed under consent agenda correspondence be adopted as printed.
All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. That takes us through. There's no communication petitions. Notice of motion we've covered. Item 18, may we have a motion, Madam Clerk, for the bylaw?
Moved by Young, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2023-015 be read a first, second, and third time passed, be engrossed by the clerk, signed and sealed by the mayor.
All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Closed session items were all finished off prior in today's meeting. Madam Clerk, may we have a confirmation bylaw motion, please?
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2023-016, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting held on Wednesday, March 8, 2023, be read a first, second, and third time passed, be engrossed by the clerk, signed and sealed by the mayor.
All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And Madam Clerk, we have a motion to adjourn.
Moved by Bard, seconded by Young. Be it resolved that we do now adjourn at 6:59 p.m.
All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. I want to thank everyone who attended tonight to give amazing presentations to council. And I want to thank council for being engaged, and we had some good discussion. So thank you to everyone, and we will see you at the next meeting.